Good evening, morning, afternoon, freaks and geeks. This is Reluge. Welcome to a little project that I've been working on called All 1008 Pokemon Review. This goes all the way up to Gen 9, and it is before any DLCs. So it's the 1008 ends with Miraidon, and I am just going to give my thoughts on these Pokemon and their designs. Keep in mind, this may get a little busy. So, what I have done is I'm doing it gen by gen, and I'm displaying all their sprites that I've pulled from Cerebi.com, and they're pulled directly from the games as is. So, another thing, I'm considering one full evolution line as a separate entity, like Pokemon entity. But as an example, let's move on. Because as you can see, I have Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, and both the Mega and the Gigantamax as one unit. Reason why I do this is because logically and strategically, you're not going to use all three on your team. I mean, if you do, then more power to you. But I'm still counting that as the same Pokemon being used 3 times. So, with the first gen's sprites, they're pretty cool with what they had. It was very limited with color, with the pixels they can have on the screen. In battle, there was very little movement. They literally just had to move the sprite to make it look like it's attacking. But as Venusaur itself, I did not exactly like it. Especially, all the grass Pokemon, majority of the grass Pokemon in Gen 1 had a second typing to it. Majority of the time it was poison, which was annoying. But I didn't know that at the time. I'll explain in a minute. Now, when I learned about dragon types, I thought that Charizard should have been a dragon type from the beginning. But he becomes dragon type when you Mega Evolve him. I don't know why he got 2 Mega Evolutions and then Gigantamax. So, there's that. As far as design-wise, he's a pretty cool Pokemon. I really like the whole idea of his tail being on fire. And that's an indication of his health. But also, as you can see, I've included all the sprites from the games. I didn't mention before, but when they got to the 3DS and they started using 3D models from X and Y, they just took those models into Sun and Moon and just tweaked it like the I forgot what they call it. The shading, the comic shading. They just tweaked it slightly, so it's not as obvious. And then they took that from Sun and Moon and bizarrely put it in Sword and Shield. And they pretty much removed the outline, as you could see. But then with Violet and Scarlet, they almost took the same models, but they really updated the graphics, the skin on, which I'm surprised not many people have mentioned. And all over YouTube, they're like, "Oh, the graphics suck." It's like, technically, like on the technical part, where it's like the jittering and the Pokemon like disappearing and whatnot, yes, that was atrocious. But the graphics, the actual like skin of the Pokemon, were fantastic, and I'll show you when I get there. I chose Squirtle as my very first Pokemon. I thought it was going to be a dinosaur. I was young, and the fact that it's like Squirtle, turtle, did not like click until it evolved. I'm like, Wartortle. Oh, that's why it's Squirtle. But I love its cannons, and with the Mega form, like doing like the little arm cannons and a huge cannon up on its shell, and then the Gigantamax being like the Death Star. It was freaking awesome. Although it looks like he's having a really bad like shell swelling issue in the first gen Sprite there. But this brings me to my gripe about the Mega forms and the Gigantic forms after the fact. You can't do them anymore. I kind of liked that feature. But I understand it's like they're going to have to do it like every time in every game now. Like have like the Mega Stone put on, equip it to your Pokemon, evolve it during the battle. And the Gigantamax was just dumb. It's like you only can do it in certain areas, but also you have to catch certain Pokemon in order to do it, and it was just irritating. So anyway, the thing is, what I think they should do, because they've changed how Pokemon evolve in the past. Like, take Phoebus for example. It used to have to win like the full beauty contest in order to evolve into Milotic. So, and after 2 generations, they changed it to you equip the scale, the prism scale to it to evolve it. And they've changed the weather evolutions into stone. Except for Goodra, which is really confusing. But anyway, the thing is, they could change how to do it again. Now, I had the word here and I forgot it. My suggestion for the Mega Evolutions, you equip them. Well, first of all, you have to find their specific Mega Stone still. But these will be like secrets. Like they're hidden in caves somewhere. And you attach it to your Pokemon. The thing with having like the Mega Ring, you get an item almost every gen now that does something special. So pretty much you just have to have that item to activate it, which almost is given to you at the beginning of the game anyway. So find the stone, attach it to the Pokemon, And then outside of battle, you could change it to its mega form. So you don't have to keep like clicking Mega Evolve and then Mega Evolve in battle. There are downsides to it because, of course, it's still holding the item. And I'm thinking in the case of like Terrestrialize, you can't Terrestrialize a Mega form. Same thing with the Giant form. With the Giant form, though, instead of finding its stone and attaching to it, you're rewarded the Dynamax candies from like doing certain things, like doing quests, doing the generations form of raids or whatnot, gym battles, and you feed it to your Pokemon that can Gigamax. I'm calling it Gigamax because Mega, Giga, but Gigamax, whatever. You feed it to them, and once they get their bar full, you can change them into their Gigantamax form. Now they're not going to be huge, which is another reason why I want to call it Gigamax. But they're going to be fighting their form, and they're going to have heightened stats. However, the more you use them, the more the gauge drains. And when it gets to empty, it transforms back into its original form. Which is that version of a downside. Like, you could still equip items to them. Also, they can't do the special form like Terrestrialize. So anyway, that's my thought and viewpoint on the Mega and Gigantamax. And as you can tell, I have certain symbols. I have the gens on the left, on the right here. They're going to be in different places. It should be obvious what generation they resemble. All of the Pokemon, except for the Gen 5 ones, are not in Gen 5. I'm not counting the post-game. Gen 4 is different, because, like, equipping the cartridge in the thing to encounter them in the routes, I completely forgot about that, to be honest. And, like, there's, like, a small section that's available to you after you beat the Elite Four. I've counted those mainly because I can't remember which ones are post game versus during the game. So a majority of the Pokemon that's before Gen 4 will show up in Gen 4. All of the Pokemon Gen 1 shows up in Gen 2. Even though, like, with the... Actually, was there a person... I recall, like, the starter, Gen 1 starters being gift Pokemon. I know the legendaries you had to trade from Gen 1, but I kind of remember you being able to get them in Gen 2. I'm not sure. I'm going off of memory here, so... And of course, the Mega and the Gigantamax symbols, obvious. What's not so obvious, I have a symbol representing the starters here. I mean, like, hardcore Pokemon players will know it's like, well, yeah, duh, they're starters. But I got the symbols there to represent, like, these guys are the starters of the gen. And I'm playing more into, like, a little bit of those symbols, and I'll explain on the next screen, actually. I have some classifications, because we all know, but, like, there's the Pikachu clones, where it's, like, majority of them are just like an electric Pokemon that resembles Pikachu. Um, and then you got like the early birds and the early normal types like Rattata. So I've noticed a trend with certain kind of Pokemon that keeps appearing again and again in the further generations, and this is what I call. It's either like Caterpie slash Weedle clone, but it's more of like an early bug Pokemon. Normally, it would be a 3 tier, like the base form, second evolution, third evolution. They would be relatively early in the game or in like a forest setting, and they typically evolve early on. Like by level 10, you got your Butterfree. Uh, I was happy that it got a Gigamax because Beedrill had gotten a Mega form. They're both kind of cool in their own respect, and with those two, I think it's like they were kind of calling to have a fourth tier evolution. Just because they're okay Pokemon, but they needed an extra form to really give them that extra boost. And Kakuna's Gen 1 sprite, I don't know what's going on with that. To me, it looked like it had little scythes, and kind of like, I'm going to use my mouse, I don't know if this is going to be irritating, but it looked like he had like little teeth right here. And it was like, so, and then Gen 2, they had him with his arms against his body, so I have no idea what was up with that. Speaking of which, by the way, Caterpie and Pinsir were the only, and Metapod, were the only, like, pure bug-type Pokemon. And in Gen 1, Poison was actually good against Bug. But only in the red and blue. Or red and green if you're in the overseas. So, it's like, I don't know why they removed that, because Poison being good against Bug made sense. When you see an infestation of bugs, what do you grab? A can of poison. And it works very well on them. Mainly because they can't throw up. Information. I don't know if you knew that or not. Also, it was a little, for being like juxtapose, the fact that Weedle is in 4 gens and Caterpie is in 6 was kind of bizarre to me. But whatever. Pidgey is the early bird. So instead of just saying early bird, I'm just gonna call it Pidgeyclones. I wasn't too thrilled of its mega form. Because it's like it got an updated hairstyle and blue tips on its wings. And also didn't really seem to get much of a boost per se. Especially fighting it in Let's Go Eevee. That was... It was still like, here's a Pokemon for you to kill. But I really liked its prior drawings. I tend to be like, I enjoy the 4th gen sprites. We're playing the playing the HD version, the remake, made me realize why exactly the 4th gen was my favorite. It was the graphics. that was like the peak of Pokemon graphics. I mean, yeah, it got better, but a lot of like the sprites when they got to the 3D models, the drawing, it's like the drawing to this model kind of lost some of the impact. Hey, look at the Gen 1 sprite. It looks like it has like shadow there, like it's cloaked in mystery. And the full version was kind of intimidating. Gen 2 was kind of meh. But the Gen 4 sprite, it's just, I can't explain it any further. He kind of like demands respect. So, of course, Rattata, the Rattata clones, what is that right there? Yep, that's something on my PDF. Anyway, what's nice about doing this with like the past 3 generations, you can actually see my reactions to some of these, like the Alolan forms.
Youngster Jimmy. Wait! That's a... What? They redesigned Rattata? Okay. Let's roll with it then.
I really loved the design of the Dark Rattata. It was pretty freaking cool. And with some of the sprites, I do notice like making them bigger, kind of like right here, kind of destroys the resolution. Right now it looks janked. I tried to like smooth it out, but I'm apparently not that good with Photoshop, or the version I'm using is way too old. So, anyway. Now, I liked Spearow a little more than Pidgey. It was pretty cool. And I had a bit of a confusion when he evolved into Fearow. Because, what do you see with this sprite? Let me know in the comment section down below. What I see, instead of a bird with like a long neck like here, what I see is like a humanoid with, here's its foot, like stepping forward. Here's kind of like a little claw thing. And if you can see, it's like, you see the side of his head. That looks like his chest. And this looks like a wing. But also, this looks like his hair. So it's kind of like his wings became like kind of like a cloak. Which I find to be interesting. Now, Ekans was kind of bland. I mean, take his name. Ekans, just reverse it and it spells snake. Arbok, reverse it, cobra. It's like, that's intelligent. And there was really no reason to do that. But if you look at Arbok's design, almost every generation has a slight variation to the little design on his hood. I mean, look at it here, and I mean, I know there was like limitations, but I think they were actually going for like different intimidating faces on this hood there until they got to like Gen 6, however. Because with just reusing the models and not really releasing them, his pattern just pretty much stayed exactly how. So, like I said before, some of these early pages are going to be very busy. And I'm sorry. So. I don't like Pikachu in general. Mainly because of the goddamn, like, popularity he got from the anime. I mentioned several times, but trying to watch any Pokemon movie in theaters, you got little kids in the background every time Pikachu pops up. Pikachu! 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 It's like, yeah, you can recognize the character. Anyway, I hate the sprite for Gen 1. He looks like a little fat bastard with stink lines coming off of him. I honestly thought he was a poison type when I first caught it. And it's like, oh, electric, that makes sense. Its tail is a literal lightning bolt. And then when they did the, male and female forms in Gen 2, they gave the female Pikachu a heart shape at the tail to represent that it's a female. Because women are all about love, right? So anyway, I did like the Alolan form, where it's a electric psychic, but mainly because it's surfing on its goddamn tail. Also, I hate baby forms. I mean, in Gen 2 when it came out, it was like, oh look, it's so cute. It's like, oh, it's a little baby Pikachu. Oh my god. Oh, it's a little baby Clefairy. Oh, it's so adorable. But, pretty much the, getting the baby forms was just to fill the Pokedex. Especially later on. Oh my god, later on. So anyway. Sandshrew. Before Sandslash wasn't that great of a ground type Pokemon, it learned a lot of like just the basic attacks like Slash, could be taught to dig. Can't remember all that I can learn, but it was not much. The Alolan forms were amazing. They still got like a pretty cool design that I fell in love with, but now it's cooler. Hey, so I love the ice and the steel typing for it. My thoughts on the different forms, like via regions. I love it. It's a great idea. As for like post of that generation, I'm okay with it. I mean, it makes sense, especially with certain Pokemon where it's like they changed into that to survive the environment that it's in. I was kind of hoping for some Johto, Kanto, Hoenn. I forgot the region in 4th gen. But anyway, I was hoping for some new forms for the 4th gen. Like Pokemon that didn't show up. That's now showing up, so they changed their form because they're not normally there. But I was pleasantly surprised with Arceus. That should have been in the remake. Anyway. The Nidoran line with both female and the male, I feel would have benefited with the baby forms. I know it's a 3-tier, but when I was started doing my working on a fan game for it, I had the baby forms be their own separate tier, because basically I was going to treat them as a breeding mechanic. Like, for instance, with the Nidorans, their baby form of a Nido, and it would have been like a generic looking Nidoran. Like, its ears would be pretty much the same. It would not have the horn. Basically, it would be the detailed version of Nidoran male and Nidoran female. And then if it was female, it would evolve into the female line. If it was male, it would go into the male line. I have not been able to test it, but I read that they actually fixed breeding with the Nidorans, where if you breed a Nidoran female, they would actually get the female would become Nidoran female and the male would become Nidoran male. So the Nidoran male line would actually have egg moves that you could teach it, which I like. As far my favorites of the two, I really like the Nidoking, but when they did the 3D model for X and Y, and she comes up, she literally roars and then shakes her chest at you. It's like, did you really have to? Did you honestly really legitimately had to do that? I loved Clefairy more than Pikachu. Now, for those that don't know, every game before X and Y did not have the fairy typing. Just like first gen didn't have steel or dark types. So, Clefairy used to be a normal type. And I loved Clefairy. Main reason why I didn't use him in the first gen was because his move pool sucked ass. Pretty much, you'd want to get him evolved almost right away and teach him TMs. Like, Mega Punch was a really good move to teach him. And I can't think of what others. But when they turned him a fairy and gave him fairy and psychic moves, he became quite a good addition to the team. I love him. Even as a Clefable. But I feel like he should have probably gotten a Mega form. Now, Ninetales is a pretty decent fire type. The Alolan Ninetales is a really nice ice and fairy type. Uh, this is the one time where it's like, I wouldn't mind having them both on the same team. Even though they're both, like, both them and Sandslash. Even though they're both ice types. But the designs were beautiful and I love it. Jigglypuff. Now, if you notice, I am including the Paradox form. I'm going to tell you why. After this, I plan on continuing at least laying out the ideas and plans for the fan game. I plan on calling it Pokemon Past and Future. Mainly because, a little bit of spoilers, I really loved how at the end, with like the reveal of the professor, Scarlet was in the dealing with the past and Violet was dealing with the future. I love that and I want to touch more on that. To the point where you could actually travel to the past or the future. Now, the Screamtail, which is going to have a different name, if you notice, it is bigger than the Jigglypuff. So what I'm thinking is that the Screamtail is an alternate evolution, or like another evolution of Jigglypuff. So in order to evolve Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff, you need a Moonstone. The reason why it evolves into the Screamtail, however, is a fruit that is extinct, that it used to eat. And that would cause it to evolve into Screamtail. So in order to get the evolution, you would have to go into the past. And there would be fruit that you can collect for the different Paradox Pokemon. For him, it would be a Fluff Fruit. Now, if you recognize the name, that's because that's what they call the fruit in Pokemon Snap. So what it would be like an ancient version of that fruit. Like right now, it's more of like an apple. But before, it used to be fluffier. And like really juicy. And that would be why Jigglypuff would become bigger when it evolves. My original thought process was that Igglybuff would evolve into the Screamtail. And then there would be like another Wigglytuff form. But I kind of like it better that it evolves into the that Jigglypuff goes into Screamtail. And I will cover that more in the other video where I'm doing my layout of past and future. Now, Zubat was an annoying Pokemon to continuously encounter. Skipping ahead a little bit in 5th gen, when they decided to do like a complete revamp of the 150 Pokemon lineup, they got a new Zubat, pretty much. It was a bat that appeared in the caves. So there is a Zubat clone, which is why I have the little cave symbol here. So it's like anything that would be a Zubat clone would be a common Pokemon, mainly like the bat idea, that would appear in majority of the caves. So there's only 2. I actually enjoyed using Zubat/Golbat because it was actually a useful Pokemon. Then it evolved into Crobat. And it became really fast. And then it got like Poison Fang, Cross Poison. And it just really became a viable Pokemon to use on your team. And ever since, he actually became a staple. I should like include like a little staple on the corners, be like, "This is my one of my team staples." I did not like Vileplume that much, mainly because of its design, but also it. How do I describe it? Because it did have like the draining moves, but it also kind of more focused on the poison. I don't have the Bellsprout symbol up here. I missed that. It took me hours to go through every page to figure out if I like missed placing down a symbol, like spreading them out a little bit more. I think I missed this page because I've moved these guys over a little bit. But I also have a Bellsprout clone. Basically, that's the 3-tier grass, where the final form tends to have a special way to evolve it, like with a stone or like evolve it during the day or whatever. I was a little disappointed that I just got an alternate evolution and Bellsprout didn't. Especially with, like, at the time, and look at that. That looks really weird and not like Vileplume. And it drops the poison. And it makes little sense to me. Paris is another interesting type. I tried to use it against Sabrina, but it doesn't know any really good bug type moves. At least in Gen 1. After getting like Bug Bite, X Scissor, stuff like that, and then like the special and physical split, Paris actually became a viable team member, but its stats still aren't that great. And look at the Gen 1 sprite, the huge pincers, like that was interesting. I always wondered why it looked off. Like, it didn't look like it was coming from his mouth, it looked like it was coming from his little mushroom. But that's because they were actual arms. Who knew? Probably a lot of people. I wasn't a big fan of Venonat. Not much I can say about this. Except it's another goddamn bug poison. Diglett was interesting. I wish they would design the 3D model so that it's always on the ground. Like, if you see it, like, bouncing and whatnot, it's like... Because if it bounces or you, like, see underneath it, the ground part looks like it's part of the Pokemon. And it's like... If it flies, it's like you see the ground part going with it. Now, I know it's the design of this Pokemon, it's always underground. But what I think can happen, especially like in the battle, where it's like normally it would be like bouncing up. Instead of like going up with the ground, they could just have like the Diglett come out a little bit and you just see like more of its body. You don't see any like legs or anything, nothing like descriptive. It's just warm. But I hated the Alolan form. It's like they made a metal. Ha ha ha. Oh, it was ridiculous. Meowth. Oh, I do not know why they gave him two different forms. But I really liked Berserker. They also gave Meowth a Gigantamax, which was interesting. But because it was like in the Galar region, it had to be like the normal Meowth, and it was like a special event, which I'm okay with. But I loved Berserker. I mean, I know it's like the weird beard on him, on like Meowth that almost looks like his goiter, just like. And I know a lot of people's complaint was that Berserker looks too much like Meowth, but I think it works. And I wanted to explain something here. Even though I wanted to keep like the different region forms to their region, with certain Pokemon like Meowth evolving into Berserker, when it has an alternate form, I actually want to give the original form a way to evolve into the new Pokemon. Like, not necessarily change Meowth into the Steel type, but give him, like, have him have something new that he can alternately evolve into Berserker. So with that, the new Pokemon would have, like, in this case, a Cantinian form. But in this case, I think it would just be, like, the coloring, like here, would be pretty much the coloring of Meowth. And having, like, little bands in the helmet and the beard and whatnot being the same color. And maybe his eyes being white. But that's my thought. Go ahead and let me know what you think about that. Because, in my opinion, that would make it so, like, if you have Meowth in the game, you can get Berserker if you prefer that, instead of, like, having to, like, trade for the Galarian form. Just a thought. What can I say about Psyduck and Golduck? They need a little love, I think. At least having an like a region form where Golduck is actually water psychic and looking a little bit more badass. Just something. I don't think every single Gen 1 should get some extra love, but I think Golduck needs it. Primeape got it. When I learned that there's another... What is up with that? Is that part of the sprite that I did not see? I wonder if that's the case. But, when I started to learn that some of the older Pokemon have new evolutions again, I got really excited. I love that. And that's also a reason why I don't spoil myself watching the trailers. Because I love discovering this. That's, for me, that was like, that's a whole enjoyment of playing a game. I don't want to go into the game like already having a game plan, like, oh, I'm going to use this Pokemon, and I'm going to use this Pokemon, because then it'll turn into like, I'm trying to rush to the point where I can get that Pokemon. And it just becomes no longer fun for me, if you know what I'm trying to say. Also, I just really love, for some reason, I'm the kind that likes circular forms. And them giving the Mankey line, like, based on a circular form, is appealing to me for some reason. And I just love how he just rages to death and then becomes Annihilate. I love it. It is great, and he fits perfectly my team, especially after doing the whole fusion, like my first run on the Infinite Fusion, and having a Mankey Rattata fusion, and then him just dying early. That just fits so well for Ramtic, and I love it. So I think Ramtic has become a staple on my team. Not much I could say about Growlithe and Arcanine. Except, I don't know how many people knows, but apparently Arcanine was supposed to be one of the legendary trio. It was going to be a bird, which was Huo, Arcanine, and I don't know the third one. But I do like the Fire Rock form they gave him in Legends Arceus. I know it's Arceus, I know a lot of the pronunciations. This is how I say it. You can deal with it. Yeah, not much I can say. Except, I like the design. Poliwag, pretty much I would have used Poliwrath because I love the water fighting typing. If I didn't already had Gyarados. Because, well, again, a circular form. I don't know why that is so appealing to me. And it's like, give it big muscular arms, and then making it, like, top heavy. I liked that. I cannot explain. There's just no explanation for it. Although I do like the fact that they had Politoed being normal water. Or not normal water, but, like, pure water. And it's just for those like, oh, I don't like the fact that Poliwrath is water fighting. It should just stay normal water. And it actually looks like a toad as well. So, there you go. Have at it as you will. Alakazam, well, besides Mewtwo, of course, but Alakazam was the best Pokemon in Gen 1. Not my favorite, but he was the best. Whole reason is because the only weaknesses Psychic had at that time was Bug and Ghost. And there was very few good Bug moves on good Bug Pokemon. My friend Zephyr used Jolteon on him with the Pin Missile. We were like, hey, why did you Pin Missile? He's not a Bug type. But Jolteon actually wound up being faster than a lot of Sabrina's Pokemon. And so he was able to just spam Pin Missile on him. Well, him as in her Pokemon. But it was insane. I love his Mega Form. With all those spoons. Oh, and on the conspiracy over like the legality of him using the spoons because of that one psychic guy. He can go suck on a spoon. Because if he's to sue the Pokemon Company for using the lightness of the bending of the spoon, he can sue the Matrix and a whole bunch of other places that use the whole psychic bending spoon deal. They even did that in Sam and Max. So it's like you could. In fact, I don't even think that that lawsuit actually went through, because everybody's like, oh, they can't use Kadabra and Alakazam in the games anymore, when they have. It's like, no. Where are you guys getting your information from? He has a Mega Form. Oh, and there are Aber clones, and that is one of the common ones to keep cloning. I'll explain later in the later generations. Machop kinda has clones too, but not as popular as Abra. But what is up with Machop's head in Gen 1? Seriously. That looks naughty. Anyway, no wonder there's Rule 34. Anyway, I was kind of disappointed with the Gigamax Machamp. I was hoping he was going to get a third set of arms. But I am glad he got one, though. And somehow he got more pants on. Bellsprout was my go-to grass for a while. Majority of the grass types I didn't exactly like. However, for some reason, Victreebel was a pretty interesting choice for me. Although in Gen 1 it didn't really have that many good moves. I mean, it had Razor Leaf. But, fun fact, somehow I got my Victreebel to be fast. And I kept Wrap because that move was broken. And I faced against a friend of my friend that had Mewtwo. And he's like, nobody can beat my Mewtwo. I was like, no, I think I can. So I was actually throwing, like really good Pokemon against it, like, trying to beat him down. He got down to my Victreebel. I didn't use him because of the poison typing. It was going to be good against him. And I was like, well, crap. I guess I'll use Wrap. I was faster than his Mewtwo somehow. And she's like, I'm like, oh, hey, look at this. I'll just Wrap you to death. And while my Victreebel was wrapping his Mewtwo to death, I did like a rap about how his Mewtwo sucks. Which sucked. Also, not much I can say about Tentacool, except for the clone clarification for Tentacool is, it's like he's the Zubat out of the water. So it's like the ocean pest, like you're surfing and you come across a whole bunch of these guys. That was pretty much my thought process on that. Geodude, however, has gotten a clone and has came up again like a couple times. The Gen 1 sprites for it is confusing. Like, his first form, it looks like he's got bumps on his head. I know it's supposed to represent, like, jaggedness, but when they redid him in Gen 2, it looked a little better. Gollum, or Graveler, did not look like he had 4 arms to begin with. He looked like he had, like, the 2 arms at the top, and then legs at the bottom that he can use to, like, grab things. So it looked like he was able to, like, grapple you with all 4 limbs. But then Gen 2 showed that he had 2 feet and 4 arms. But I don't know why they gave him 4 arms and then his evolution lost 2 of the arms. I guess he gave them to Machoke and is like, oh hey, I think you would be cooler with extra set of arms, so here. He's like, whoa, I'm a chimp now. And I don't know about you, but I think Gollum got a little bit lizard-like. Rapidash was interesting. Like a fire unicorn. I wanted to give him a nightmare form, though. Like Fire Dark. But for the Galarian form, they turned him into Rarity. I was psyched that it was psychic. But then when it evolved into Psychic Fairy, I was so disappointed. I think I have a reaction to that. But there's just way too much Psychic Fairies. This is very busy. For him, he showed up in almost all of them. Wow, okay. Never mind on that. But, I kind of liked his Galarian form. But all in all, it's more of like, it just, meh. I do love the whole thing of like the Shellder biting him and evolving. So, I thought it'd be neat if they changed his evolution to needing Shellder on the team in order to evolve it. Magnemite. It was pretty cool, especially when it evolved into like a 3-prong evolution, where it's like two other Magnemites got magnetized to it, and then it further evolved into like one thing. But then they give us, what was it, Sandy something? I can't remember, but the idea is that it's magnetized the sand. I can't remember what that's called, but how I figure it would evolve, because it's a past evolution, the Magneton would eat a fruit that would be like equivalent to like the magnetized sand. I really gotta research this before I design the fruit. But it would eat the fruit to turn into his sand form. Unless you think the Magnemite. No, I think the Magneton eating the fruit would be a good idea. I mean, let me know what you think in the comment section down below. So, with Farfetch'd, the reason why he got the Galarian form is because in Galar, the leaks are bigger than the Farfetch'd is used to. So instead of using it kind of like a sword or just like a club, it's got to use it as a great hammers or something like that. And then having the heavy leak and then getting the 3 crits has caused it to evolve into Sirfetch'd. So, in order to have it evolve into Sirfetch'd, it would have the Giant Leak item equipped to it, which would increase Farfetch'd's critical hit chances. And to evolve Cantinian Farfetch'd into Sirfetch'd, you would have to equip the large leak and then get 3 critical hits. And then it would evolve. And of course you'd lose the item. But that's a simple. And I don't think I need to change the design of Sirfetch'd at all. Because it would have the large leak. And it would still, like, the leak would still change into, like, the shield and the sword bit. And then, like, it breaks off. Because if you notice, it's... the sword and the shield are pretty much one plant. It just got cut in half. And he's using the leafy part of it as a shield. I love it. And then it would become fighting flying, though. Or would it just be normal fighting? Let me know what you think about that in the comment section down below. I think fighting flying would be interesting. Doduo. Like, after I caught that and evolved it into Dotrio, I used that instead of Fearow, because damn, that's just amazing. That is just one amazing bird. And it was super fast. In fact, I think it was the fastest Pokemon Gen 1. That or Rapidash, I can't remember. But also it learned Tri-Attack, which at that time would have been a physical attack. And then it had the ability to either burn, freeze, or freeze your opponent. That was a really good attack for it to know. I didn't like Seal and Dewgong. What else do you need me to say? Dewgong really needs a little bit of love. And you know, it could evolve into kind of like a mermaid. Yeah, that would be interesting because the real life Dewgong, it's like spelled differently, like Seal. People had come to the conclusion that the reason why sailors think they saw mermaids because they actually saw a Dewgong and got horny. I mean, to each their own. I mean, I almost decided to do a trash clone Pokemon. Because Grimer was created because of pollution. And then its Alolan form was because of oil. But the only other trash type Pokemon is Garborda or Trubbish. And it's like that hasn't really become enough of a theme, or even like, hey, Trubbish has replaced Grimer. I don't know. If they make another trash Pokemon, then yeah, maybe. Not much I can say about Shellder and Cloyster. Except Cloyster is one of my favorite ice types. It was Ghost Poison. So Psychic types would be super effective against Gastly. And majority of the bug Pokemon keep that in mind. Like, Beedrill was a pretty good one to use against Psychics, but because it was part poison, psychic moves was good against it, and Alakazam was known as, like, I think it was like the third fastest. And I'm not including Mewtwo in the list of like the fastest Pokemon. But I love how they gave him the Mega Form. And the Mega Form looked more like Haunter than Gengar. And then the Giga Form was just, it's like the stairwell to hell. And I love it. But yeah, and I'm a full believer that Gengar is actually Clefairy's or Clefable's shadow. But how would that work? Because Haunter and Ghastly don't look like their shadows. And fair point. Very fair point. However, if Gengar was Clefable's shadow and it became sentient, and then went ahead and reproduced, this is going to be a very common argument for me, because it would reproduce, and because it's technically a new Pokemon, its offspring would be the Ghastly. It would be like a shard of what Gengar would be. But that's my thought process on that. Let me know what you think about it. And I've also did a Ghastly clone because there has been a bit of like 3-tier ghost types that has something special to evolve into the 3rd tier. I hope that made sense. And also, in their gen, they've been, like, pretty much the go-to ghost. Onix wasn't that great of a Pokemon before, until they evolved him to Steelix, and then gave him a Mega form, so I really liked Steelix. He would pretty much be like my favorite of Gen 2. Drowsy and Hypno don't really have much to say about them, except for they're one of the like Gen 1 Pokemon that I actually don't think requires love. Because Hypno is a pretty good Pokemon. The whole thing is like he puts them to sleep and then dominates them. So, I don't think he needs any more. He's good as it is. Really good design, really powerful Pokemon. I don't think they need to do any more with them. I'm going to be honest. I did not know that Kingler got a Giga form. I mean, it's pretty cool and awesome, and I love how they gave him a mustache. There's not much more to say about Krabby and Kingler, except I don't think it needs any more love, same as Hypno. Voltor was a huge disappointment. I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. It's like the Mimic for Pokemon, because it looks like a Pokeball. But then it evolves, it like just flips upside down and gets a little bigger. I like the design for the Hisuian forms, but again, it's like flipped upside down, got bigger. I do love how it looks like wood though. And I didn't put electric up there. Dang, again. But anyway, MatPat did a thing about, like, how, like, why the Suin forms are no longer around in, like, the 4th gen. I really love his explanation of these guys. It's like they're hunted for their materials to make the Pokeballs, because catching and training Pokemon became more and more of a thing to do. So it would evolve into the harder material to protect itself. I like that. I think Couture was interesting. I hated, though, that when he evolves, he doesn't learn that much more moves. And what is up with Execute there? I mean, it's like, when I first saw him, I imagined, like, the core one here being, like, the main one, and then it would have, like, a whole bunch of other, like, eggs evolving around it, especially when it learned Barrage. It seemed like the eggs would be, like, shooting at you. And then Gen 2 almost solidified that with the eggs around it. And, like, some of them being broken, like, he had, like, used them to throw at the opponents, whatnot. But then it's a nest of eggs. And then it evolves into a palm tree with coconuts. It was weird. It was very weird. But I freaking love the Alolan version. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Especially in Pokemon Go. When they had that being released in the wild. It's like, you're sitting there, it's like, Pidgey pops up. Spearow pops up. Little tiny Pokemon. Big ass tree pops up. Marowak was an interesting ground type because it learned Bonemerang and Bone Club, which were pretty decent ground moves. And at that time, all you really had for ground moves was Dig and Earthquake. So it's like, and not that many ground Pokemon learned Earthquake. So it's like, with Marowak, it was a really cool like, addition. But then turning him to Ghost Fire for the Alolan form, that was also interesting. However, like, moving forward, I don't think using the Alolan form, besides for, like, trading, instead, I think Marowak should get a new evolution. I drew one a long time ago. I don't know if I still have it, but I kind of want to redraw it because it looked kind of funky. But pretty much he got like a rib cage around him, got like spine going down his spine, and his bone club has become a huge club. So it's like he sacrificed a little bit of speed for a little bit more power. Also, if you look at the bone that Cubone is wearing, because they mentioned that it's the skull of its mother. And if you look at Marowak, it more looks like the skull is fused to its head. But if you look at the design, hold on, future me, it kind of looks like Kangaskhan. I know it's like it's the ears, not like horns, but what if there was like bones there to like hold the ears up? And if you look at its baby, it looks really close to Cubone. So, what I think is that Cubone is the baby in Genghis Khan's pouch. Which would be why Genghis Khan never got a baby form, because the baby form is Cubone. Though when you breed Genghis Khan, you get Genghis Khan. I believe it was Gadra that I played that had a baby form of Genghis Khan that could evolve into Cubone. I can't remember what you did to do that. But it's like it could evolve into Cubone or it can evolve into Genghis Khan. And I really liked that idea. I was like, oh, someone else put that together. That's cool. So it's like I kind of want to play with that in past and future. Did I mention that's what I'm called? Yeah, I think so. Anyway. I was stoked that Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan got a baby form, and that it could evolve into either one based on its stats, and then it got a third form that it could evolve into. That was all pretty cool, and I liked that. I wanted it to get a fourth form. Instead of like the attack and the defense, it would be speed being the highest stat, like of all of its stats. And it would be Hitmonmach. And instead of like a kick fighter or boxer or top, it would be like a track runner. Got the actual term for that. And I had it drawn out, but I kind of want to draw it again. And I kind of want to make it fighting electric. That would give it a little bit of a higher advantage over the other three. But then again, not really, because it's sacrificing attack and defense for the speed. And the electric type. So, let me know what you think about that. I didn't really like Lickitung. It's more of like it's a boring Pokemon. Koffing was interesting. I liked how it became a poison fairy. I love the smokestack hats that it has, and I love how it has like poison gas as like facial hair. I thought it was weird. In Gen 1, it had the skull on its forehead. But then in other versions, the skull got moved down to its belly. That was weird. One of the Pokedex, I believe it was 4th Gen, mentioned that Weezing evolves when two Koffings come together and fuse. So again, it's like having two Koffings on your team, evolving at a certain level, and then the two fuse into Weezing. But then, well, the Pokedex mentioned that the third bit here has a rare chance of being a third Koffing. So I was expecting like them to have like a second sprite where there would be 3 Koffings there instead of the 2. I want that to be a thing. I really want that to be a thing. So, had created alternate evolution, where if you had the two Koffings on your team, they would evolve into hacking. Pretty much what it is, instead of like looking like the two here, it would be a big ball with like a second face coming off of it. Like, not like a second sphere, but like an extra face. And I think I had like another face forming on the other side or something. I gave it another typing, but I forgot what that typing was. But now I kind of want to do it fairy as like a nod to the Galarian form. So, but there's that. Not much to say about Rhyhorn, except I really loved Rhyperior. I felt that was an interesting touch. Not much more I can say. I also did not enjoy Chansey that much. Not because it didn't evolve like all the others, but it more felt like a healer type. And in first gen, there wasn't that much you could do with a healer type. Except for, like, out of battle, you can have it use South Boil, which would take its some of its health to heal another Pokemon. Which was interesting, especially if you were doing a, like, no healing item challenge. I also did not really like Tangela and Tangrowth, except the fact that it's a pure grass Pokemon. This is the first pure grass Pokemon. It was not Chikorita, it was Tangela. Oh, you two. Stop it. Not much more I can add about Kangaskhan of what I said before. Except I love how the Mega form, the only difference is that the baby comes out of the pouch. And the baby changed a little. Yeah. That's all I got. I liked the design for Horsey and Seadra, and then Kingdra becoming Water Dragon, but again, I had Gyarados. And with Gyarados being in every single gen, technically, except for 5th gen, but then it's like, post-game, you get the fish from out, you can just fish them up. But I really liked Kingler. Or Kingdra. Speaking of disappointments, Goldeen. I did not expect to evolve into that. And when you first see it, it almost looks like a princess. I mean, it's got like that little snooty attitude. It's got a horn that almost looks like a party hat. And then its fins look like kind of like a elegant gown. And then it evolved into like just a basic goldfish koi thing. Very disappointing. So I want to give Goldeen an alternate evolution, where it actually evolves into like a fish princess. Not like a mermaid, but continuing off of like the Goldeen design. Just make it look more like a princess. Starting Starmie, not much to say. It's a water psychic type. Basically, whenever this is in the gen, I just catch it, evolve it, put it back in the box. This is going on. I mean, I expected this video to be long, but I'm actually kind of feeling more exhaustion. I might have to do this in breaks, but I hated Mr. Mime. And yeah, I have the clown phobia. And this was one of the cases that giving it a baby form was pointless. It was pointless to do this. And then they gave him an evolution in with his Galarian form, becoming Mr. Rhyme, which I was like, oh hey, it gets a new evolution. It's still horrible, still fuel of nightmares, but I want to give him, like, Mr. Mime the actual evolution. Again, I don't have to change its form. It's like design. Because pretty much what would happen is that you would train Mr. Mime in a snowy area. And evolve it to Mr. Rhyme. But it's like, oh, he didn't do that before. Well, yeah. Pretty much he changed into the Galarian form because he was in the wintry area. So instead of giving Mr. Mime a baby form, I'll just have Mr. Mime, the Cantonian form, evolve into Mr. Rhyme if you evolve him in a snowy area. Also, once you think about it, majority of the games that he shows up in did not have much of a snowy area to begin with. Except for like the 4th gen. But I don't care. I was a little upset that Scyther got an evolution and Pinsir did not. Although Scizor was an awesome idea. He becomes Bug Steel. And then getting a Mega Evolution was interesting too. But then Kleavor. He has to be one of my new favorite Pokemon. Bug-type Pokemon with freaking stone axes. That was awesome. Cue spoiler reaction. Sceptile? No. Whatever this is, I want it. But that was pretty freaking fantastic, and I loved it. So do I give Kleavor, like, if we were to do like the Scyther evolves into Scizor and then you equip the Mega Stone to him to give him a Mega form? Do we do that for Kleavor? I don't know. I feel like it's a little too soon. But if we go that route, I was thinking of doing like a double, like, battle axe, like, kind of deal. And giving him more of like a knightly look. But I don't know, I'll play with that idea. Jinx needs a new evolution. Now, normally I'd be like, this is fine. But they gave her a baby form. Same time they gave Electabuzz and Megvar a baby form. But then, and they were pretty good as like a single evolution Pokemon as is. But then they gave them an extra evolution. by giving him like a electrolyzer and a magmarizer. But why not freezerizer? It's like, give her a freezerizer and have her evolve into like, I kind of want to say more of like a opera singer. And I do want to cover the black. It was like that because they were limited on the color palette. And I think they did want to give it kind of like a shadowy look. Except for when you got Smoochum, it's purple. So I think they wanted to give Jinx a different color tone than its dress. If you notice, even in the second gen pick, when they had Smoochum. Oh, wait, or was Smoochum the third gen? No, it was second gen. It was definitely second gen. Smoochum, or Jinx, still had like the black, but its lips were the same color as the dress. And then fourth gen, they had extra color palettes they could give it. So they might have intended the skin to be purple to begin with. They just couldn't do the purple skin because they had to have the dress be a different color, or else it would be naked. So I think that was just a unfortunate issue with the color palettes. Not much that I can say on Magmar and Electabuzz, except I like Magmar, especially when they gave him arm cannons. Like I said, I was disappointed that Pinsir did not get another evolution. However, when they did the Mega Forms, they gave Scizor, Pinsir, and Heracross Mega Forms. So, and I noticed, I can't remember which gen it was, but they made Pinsir and Heracross the version variants. And I kind of want to continue with that trend. I think Tauros and Miltank should have a baby form. So I kind of want to give them a baby form and then a new evolution. As for the Paldean form, I think it should be like the other region variants. Because it doesn't have a new evolution after that. It's just the fighting form and then like water fighting, fire fighting. So that should just stay in Paldea. Of course, Gyarados, he's my mascot. When I first had a Magikarp, and it evolved into Gyarados, I was like, oh, this is awesome. Learned Bite. Used Bite on the things, and it was like one-shotting things at the beginning. I was just like, this is a really cool Pokemon. I love it. But then they kind of destroyed him with making Bite a Dark type, which makes it special attack, which then made it like Gyarados didn't have good special attack. But they fixed it in Gen 4, and I love that. Another reason why Gen 4 was became my favorite. But, and the reason why he's the only one that I have the shiny form here is because I want to show how different the 9th gen models look. It looks shiny, especially the gold form. it actually looks like it's made out of gold, which I'm pretty sure is a reference to the anime. All the models beforehand did not look wet. It just looks like Magikarp. It just looks like a fish. But now they gave him kind of like a shiny film over him to make it look like he's actually wet. Like he just came out of the water. Especially gold form. I love it. Really well done. Love the fact that it was water dark. I know it's like everyone was expecting Water Dragon because he's a Chinese dragon, but giving him the dark form is really pretty cool, and I love it. Wish I had my reaction to Gyarados getting Omega form on video. Because when What's-His-Face threw that out, it's like he really scared, he sound Gyarados, and I was like, wait. They're having a trend that like they're star Pokemon. They're ace. They're having a trend that their ace Pokemon had a Mega form. He sends out Gyarados. Does that mean? Lapras. I've always said for the longest time Lapras needed more love. And it got it in the form of the Gigantamax, sadly. So with having it evolve, like actually using the Gigantamax as an evolution, I'm going to have that instead of coming up with a new evolution. Ditto's Ditto. He's there to just put in with like your other Pokemon so that they can breed with it. Eevee. What do I say about Eevee? It had become one of the favorites because of all the different types it can become. And I do feel that it should get more evolutions. But I think they should keep with the elemental theme. Like, I know a lot of people want like a dragon Eevee or a steel Eevee. But I think it should stay with the elements because that's pretty much its theme. It's got the electric, it's got the water, it's got the fire. The main difference, like Psychic and Fairy, aren't exactly elements. But at least it's, well, except for Fairy. I can have no, all my arguments, like, just drops out, the water drops out of it once it's like, it has a Fairy type, so. I'm glad it got a Gigaform though, because that gives it, especially with what I'm doing, a stronger normal form. So what if you just want to keep it with Eevee? Because all the other evolutions have like more strength over the Eevee. So it's like giving it the gigantic form increases its attack and its defense, like a pretty good scale. Paragon's another one I can't really speak much about. It's there. Now, I did like the fossil Pokemon, but I feel Omastar could have been better designed, especially next to Kabutops. Vertex was alright. Not much. There's much I could say about a lot of these Pokemon, and I don't want to just sit here trying to be like, oh, the wingspan is impressive, or like talk about like something with a Pokedex or something. I enjoyed Snorlax's Gigamax. It was funny. He's like laying around so long that a tree grew on his belly. Now, these started the, well, it was the first game, but what I like to call the Legendary Trinity. It's like 3 legendary Pokemon of the same theme. It's like spread out through the region. These are known as the legendary birds. And I actually liked the Galarian form of them. Zapdos is my favorite, both in the Cantonian and the Galarian, because it's a freaking chocobo. You can't go wrong with that. And it's fighting flying now. So Moltres is a cooked turkey. Until he gets to Galar, and then he becomes a dark turkey? I don't know. Now, there's a term thrown around I'm going to get into a little bit more later. But it's the pseudo-legendaries. Now, this is supposed to be like Pokemon that has like pretty much the same stats as a legendary. I don't recall Dragonite having that high of stats. But he was still a pretty powerful Pokemon. But I'm classifying this as a the dragon of that gen. Dragons didn't really have much of dragon moves back in the day. The only thing they had going for them were the resistances to some types. But everybody's like, oh, it's impossible to fight it because there's no dragon moves, and dragon's only weak to dragon. And I'm like, you guys forget ice? Just hit him with a good ice move. It's double effective. And literally, the only one that has a defense against that is the Dragonite that knows Fire Blast. I still want to see Pokemon Legends Mew. And having you playing as a scientist that's working for Giovanni. Trying to clone Mew. But you don't know that Giovanni's wants Mew to, like, have, like, ultimate power. But I think that would be, like, a epic storyline to play. And also, well, I figured it's like, you know, it's like, oh, what starter's gonna be? How are you going to catch Pokemon if you're scientist and I think the starters should be new Pokemon, and they should be fossils. like, cause you're going to start in the laboratory, and they're working on trying to clone Mew, but they were also able to resurrect fossil Pokemon. And so they got like 3 Pokemon at the time that they can revive, not including the previous fossils though. And here's me. Um, so in class, I got 2 different classification for the legendaries. The book indicates like a like an actual like legendary. Majority of the time, you can catch them in the game. But then there's some of the event legendaries. But mystical is the Pokemon that's like Mew. They're designed to be given away shortly after the game is released. And if you notice down here, I say unique Pokemon. That's the different Pokemon units. And the first gen had released a total of 78 of them. And moving forward, you'll also notice that I've not included the new evolutions of the previous Pokemon. Because, well, I'm counting, like, say, Blossom. You won't see Blossom in the next gen bracket because it's in this one. I'm considering it as part of Gen 1, even though it's a Gen 2 Pokemon. But that's because its base form is Gen 1. I hope that makes sense. So, with this taking me a month to do, I decided with the numbers for Gen 1 Pokemon, I decided to grab the font from the first game. And for the second game, I pulled it out of the Pokedex from Gen 2. And when Gold and Silver came out, they were announcing it as the first actual sequel. Because at that point, Pokemon Yellow came out, and they were like, it's like a third variation because it's the same game, but play as Pikachu. Or not play as Pikachu, but you get Pikachu at the beginning instead of catching him in the forest / electric plant. So, with Gold and Silver, you start in Johto, and you could still travel over to Kanto after you beat the first 8 gyms and take on the updated gyms in that. And I thought that was pretty cool. I knew they weren't exactly going to do that for 3rd gen, but I'll cover that when I get there. Chikorita looks so ridiculous. A long time ago, there was this animation of this thing with just like a long neck, and this is what that looks like. I can't even remember what it was called. I was actually surprised that with the starters they had in Arceus, that they got Hisuian forms. I thought that was pretty cool. However, I'm not counting Cyndaquil as being in that wait, no, I am. Kind of? Yeah, it kind of was. In, this Gen 8. Because Arceus was pretty much Gen 8. Oh well. And I chose Cyndaquil as my starter because I was a little disappointed that the fire. I chose the water because I thought it was going to be a dinosaur. But then Charizard turned out to be kind of cool. But then I chose Cyndaquil because fire. Not noticing that Totodile actually evolved into a really pretty awesome alligator. I was like, oh, come on. And I just love its color palette. Something was like just popping with that. So this is the first Rattata clone. It was designed to be normal type that you catch early on. It evolved pretty early. In fact, I think this was level 15 that evolved. Anyway. And just like with Rattata, it wasn't really... Well, Rattata was pretty decent, but it wasn't. Still, it's adorable. Noctowl is the first Pidgey clone. And I know people argue with me about it. It's like, oh, it was like at night. And yeah, Pidgey was during the day. But also it only evolved once. But that doesn't really matter because it was an early bird type. But I felt that Noctowl needed to get a psychic evolution. I really want... I know it was in Sword and Shield, but I really want to see Noctowl again. That was... yeah, I loved him. I also love how originally it was supposed to be a one-clawed owl, but then I changed the design of Noctowl. And so now the Pokedex says that Hoot Hoot stands on one leg and quickly switches to the other one when it that one leg gets tired. I love it. It's hilarious. These two are just huge disappointments. So do you know what we do with disappointments? We give them another evolution. Make them better. Like, I felt he should have been bug fighting. For some reason, I don't know. Mainly because getting tired of bug flying, and I accidentally copied over the flying. It's bug poison. Another thing I didn't catch. But, I found it interesting that it was purple in Gen 1 or Gen 2, but then Gen 4/3, they changed it to being green. And yeah, that's another thing. Even though you transfer it over to the other gens, I don't have it here because you didn't normally catch it in those gens. And also, you might have noticed, Gen 6 and 7, I use the same sprite for them because, Cerebi did not use different models, and why would they? Because it was pretty much the same. It's just with Gen 8, it's just slightly different. And as you can tell here, this is Sun and Moon. This is Sword and Shield. There's not that grand of a difference, except they dropped the shading on it. I keep forgetting what that's called. Cell shading. They dropped the cell shading off of the models, and they look more cartoony. But it's like the more obvious cartoony, and it's slightly irritating for some reason. Didn't care too much for Togepi. Togepi was used as like, hey, there's baby Pokemon in the game now. I did like how it's like it hatches and its head just pokes out with like little feet and arms poking out. Togekiss, though, is kind of powerful. My mouse off the screen. So it's got that going for it. I have noticed that there has not been much Gen 2 and Gen 3 to get some extra love. I think, or at least Xatu should get a different form, like a region exclusive form. I'm surprised they didn't go full totem with him. And then we got Mareep. I found it interesting that his Mega Form turned him into a dragon. Also, at that point, it was like, hey, here's a Mega Stone for you. Instead of, like, actually finding it on the beach. That was just weird. So, there's a huge reason why I'm counting Marill as a Pikachu clone. Because it is. Look at its tail. It was literally meant to be a water version of Pikachu. And the fact that everybody was calling it Pika Blue before it came out, was translated, kind of tells you that it looked just like Pikachu. I was kind of interested seeing where they were going to take the Pikachu clones in Gen 3, because it's like, they were going to do it. It's like Pikachu was the popular character, so I actually found Sudowoodo to be interesting. I would have been using them if it wasn't for Steelix. But again, why did they give him a baby Pokemon? I mean, it's funny. It's a little bonsai plant, but I also think they should give him a new evolution. Trudowoodo. Wait, they did that name. But yeah, I think it's time he gets a little bit more of an evolution. Making it rock, grass. That would be cool. This guy was interesting. Wasn't really that good, though. But I don't think it qualifies for any extra attention because it is what it is. Besides, I can't give every single Pokemon some new attention. Not much I can say about Apom. It was interesting having it had like a handtail, but that's it. Sunkern and Sunflora was another disappointment. But I think Sunflora could use another evolution. If you couldn't tell, my main thought is like working on the Pokemon's already there. Yanma and Yanmega. It was a pretty decent. I'm disappointed it wasn't Bug Dragon, but should have been Bug Dragon. But it was pretty cool nonetheless. I was not disappointed in the lack of Paldean forms. I'm all for the region forms, but I don't need them. I mean, like, if the next gen they don't do that, I'm not gonna miss it. It's still fun regardless. Especially like, whoa, was that a Wooper? But, with this one, with it being Clodsire, and it turns into Poison Ground, I think it would, be learning some kind of, like, poison move in order to evolve into Clodsire. And, again, the color scheme, it does not need to be changed, in my opinion. Again, there's not much to say about Murkrow. Except I did feel like it was a base form instead of like a full, like, evolution. I do love, though, that it has a witch hat. Mischievous, however, that was something else. I keep mentioning it, but this was Pokemon that went underneath my radar until they forced you to use it in Pokemon Coliseum. And it's like, why haven't I been using this Pokemon? It's real good. And then it got an evolution of 4th gen, and it's like, damn, this is really good. And now it has a Ghost Fairy, and I love that typing. But also, I haven't figured out what kind of fruit it would eat to get that form. But, again, I'm thinking that's just going to be an alternate evolution for Mischievous. Not much else to say. This is the worst Pokemon in existence. I get what they were doing with, like, the whole alphabet and whatnot, but it just does not need to exist. It is very, very, very novelty Pokemon. And in Let's Plays, there's 3 Pokemon that I don't count. Like, as Nuzlocke, that's Unknown, Wobbuffet, and Ditto. I don't know why Boba Fett got a baby. It sounds like they're sitting around the table like, all right, let's make some more baby Pokemon. That was kind of popular in Gen 2, so let's continue this thing. Which one should get a baby? Let's do a baby form of Boba Fett. Everybody just... Why? Why not? You have no idea how long I've wanted to do that joke. I love Giraffurig's new evolution. I still wish it was Dark Psychic, but whatever. But I do love how its hood is trying to eat it. Hi. So the thing is, this is taking quite a bit longer than I expected. I'm still going to do it all as one video. So, I have no idea how long this is going to be. So let's just continue. Fortress in Pineco. Not much to say. Except for it is pretty cool. If you're going to use it though, I suggest having its speed stat very low. That way Gyro Wall will do shit ton of damage. Because it deals damage depending on how slow you are compared to the other Pokemon. And it has the defense to withstand being slow. Oh, Dunsparce. I cry for you. Oh, Dunsparce. You know, when I first saw him, I fell in love with him. I was like, oh, this looks cool. He's got like a little drill for his tail. He was a normal type and he had shit for moves. I was just like, why? That really disappointed me. And then I learned that he got an evolution in Violet and Scarlet. And I'm like, they finally gave him the love he deserves. And then instantly disappointed the entire Pokemon community. Because all they really did was give him another section. A little bit of other things change, and it's... And then its name, Dunsparce. Dun. And why is his eye screws now? Gligar, though, at first he was kind of disappointing. He was ground flying, but they gave him a lot of, like, bug moves. And it was a Scorpion, and I was like, oh, that's cool. Finally get my Scorpion Pokemon. He's not that good. But then he evolved into Gliscor, and, I mean, the increased stats is nice. But I still wind up having to teach him, like, Earthquake. He still has X-Scissor. But still. Not much I can say about Snubbull. Not much at all. Except I think Granbull might need a redesign. Speaking of disappointing evolutions, Qwilfish was another Pokemon that was pretty good. But again, I don't usually use him because Gyarados. I seriously don't know what happened to his tail. But same thing happened down here. I'm pretty sure it's like on this side. But that's another thing. I like the drawings because it's like they can throw the tail in there. Oh, that's what a 3D model, but you get the picture. So when he evolved and all that happened was like spikes protruded, and he got like a little bit more coloring, and called him Overquill. Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an overquill. We don't talk about Shuckle. Heracross. I still find it interesting when they gave Scyther his evolution. They kind of made Heracross Pinsir's like rival. But also, I loved how you got him by like shaking trees down with a headbutt. And his Mega was pretty cool. And of course, and Sneasel's another one that usually goes underneath the radar because you caught him at the end. It was an Ice Dark type, and at that point you have all your like whole team like decided. But he's still a pretty good Pokemon. And then they gave him an evolution and then a Hisuian form. Which I'm not so sure like how I would have, because it's that's not like Weevil's Hisuian form. That is Sneasler? But his whole thing is like he can climb the side of mountains. Hi Velvet. Are you going to be nice to the other kitties now? But, and where Sneasel is ice and dark, Sneasler is poison and fighting. It's like he's a completely different Pokemon. So if I'm going to do a, Johtoon, form, he will have to have a complete redesign. And at least make him ice fighting. But I'm thinking, like, to evolve him, Sneasel needs to learn Rock Climb. And probably do something with it. I'm not sure. I was also excited to learn that Ursaring got a new evolution. Not that I felt he needed it, just that it was an exciting development. And I was not disappointed. Freaking love Ursaluna. Dude, where's Marcargo? So, a fire rock Pokemon is pretty cool, but his stats isn't that grand. But I still like him. I tried to use him as my fire type in 2nd gen, didn't work out too well. I couldn't keep him alive. Bellswine was another interesting, like, design. Little, a mammoth's pig thing. Though his evolution is very logical. And I love it. Corsola. A very novelty Pokemon. It was one of those types that's like, it wasn't really good, but it can be trained to be good. But then its ghost Alolan form was pretty interesting. Back in the day when I was trying to do Pokemon, like trying to make Fakemon series, one of the things I was gonna do was have your Pokemon faint a certain number of times. But with like the Pokemon that had that kind of thing, I was going to have like a little gauge bar in its, or gauge bar, and every time you completed something, it would fill up a little bit, but it wouldn't tell you what it did, like what happened to cause it to fill up a little. So, if it evolves by fainting, it would fill up a little bit, and then if you like check the stats, it's like, oh hey, it's the gauge filled. What did I do? And then it would like invite you to investigate what you did to get it towards its full evolution bar. So, what I'm trying to say is, I think Corsola would have that evolution mechanic to evolve into its evolved form. But have you noticed Pokemon in Violet and Scarlet don't show... Wait, I have that as the Alolan form instead of Galarian form. Whoops. But the Pokemon that evolve while they're a different form does not show... No, never mind, because Meowth is in... I'll cut that out except for realizing the form. Everybody was confused about this evolution. It's like, oh, why did a little fish, I forgot what type of fish it is, evolved into an octopus, and I'll tell you why. Because it's a gun that evolves into a tank. And I love it! In fact, I'm thinking I might make Octillery into, like, a full-fledged tank. In fact, I think that should have been its, Gigantamax form. Oh, Delibird. I hated Delibird with a passion. It was a, novelty Pokemon at best. Originally, all it learned was present. Neither damaged the opponent or healed them. RNG at its worst. So, the fact that they gave him a... Paradox was a quite interesting idea. So, since this is the first future Paradox one, where the past ones ate a fruit and then evolved, with these guys, You know that item that the Paradox Pokemon holds? You would have to find one of those. Equip it to your Pokemon. And then gain experience. That cell would fill up with experience. When that's full, and then your Pokemon evolves while still holding it, they will evolve into their future form. And again, this would be like where this is where the gauge would come in, except for the gauge would be on the item, and it will only fill up with experience on the Pokemon that would evolve with it. Now, why would that be? That's a mystery. Because after all, these items are gathered from the future, so... I really liked that Mantike had to have a Remoraid in the team to evolve into, Mantine. It is Mantike into Mantine, right? Because I know it's like Tyke because it's a Tyke. It's a little kid. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, I just had a brain fart for a minute there. So yeah. That was a really nifty idea. Oh, and I just want to add, having him in Arceus, where it's like you'd see him like splash out of the water. Well, that was just a huge, beautiful moment, and I kind of wish they did that in Pokemon Snap. Did they? Wait, hold up, I think they did. Skarmory needs not love, but recognition. Because this is the kind that I feel does not need any evolutions, does not need a baby form, does not need like an alternate form. He just needs a little bit more recognition, because this is actually a decent steel Pokemon. Now, Houndoom had started a trend I've noticed. Not right away, like at the beginning of like Gen 2, because the trend is that I've noticed that they've taken like domesticated animals like dogs and cats and made a dark type out of them. It wasn't really noticeable because it's like freaking Houndoom is like a hellhound and I love it. I said Helldoom. Houndoom. And I also love that he got a Mega Form that is just so amazingly awesome. But then on the other side, I also noticed they did a somewhat of a good domestic animal. I have no idea how else I can describe it. It's not exactly a light, but it's like the opposite. Corn got little Dragon Ball gummies, which I will consume when I'm done here. So, for this gen, I think it would be Electrike that would be the rival. I literally have no idea. I mentioned in while I was playing Pokemon Violet that I had come up with a Donphan evolution where it would learn defense curl and then roll out, and it would evolve into kind of like a tread type Pokemon, where it the whole idea is like it's constantly rolling around and it's got like rock. It would have been ground rock, but it would have like rock spikes coming out of it, and it would like nick the Pokemon as it's attacking, so it would do a little extra damage every time it attacked. But the design of Iron Treads is so much better. I love it. And the Great Tusk is also pretty freaking amazing. Oh, and in case you were wondering, I would give them new names based on the Pokemon that they evolve from. Because I imagine, like, the explorers, while they were writing in the book, they did not see the Pokemon in its entirety. So they just named it based on what they saw. Not knowing if it evolved from the Pokemon or not. And yeah, these would be evolving from Donphan itself instead of like evolving from Phanpy. Because to be honest, they do look like a step above Donphan. Besides, it'd be cool if Donphan had a new evolution. Not much I could say about Stantler. I'm glad it got a evolution, which begs the question of like, why did it forget Side Shield Bash? And also, why didn't it know it in Scarlet and Violet? That, out of all the other ones, that would have been interesting because it's a move that it learns instead of like the Basculin and Quillfish evolves with doing a certain amount of damage without fainting. And no, well, it has a move that anyway. But it would have been interesting if Stantler could learn Sideshield Bass in the new game and evolve. Have him in there after all. Which he only showed up twice, technically. Smeargle's also another interesting Pokemon, whereas a lot of the novelty Pokemon didn't really do much. He learns the move that was like last used if he uses his move Sketch. And so he can learn any kind of move. And he can breed with I think it was like human type and field. I can't remember. But that pretty much opened up a lot of like egg moves he can teach other Pokemon. So, and he can learn unique skills from like, let's say, legendaries. So just like with Ditto, he's actually a very technical novelty. Miltank. Why the hell did they have her shaking her udders at you in X and Y? Okay, so the legendary dogs, not much I can say about these guys except that was a fun legendary encounter. I don't miss it, but now that they have an open world, that would be interesting if you could encounter them in that same way. Like, you see them off in the distance, and you have to find a way to get to them before they run off. It would be frustrating, yes, but there would be multiple different ways, like sneaking. I just thought of this. Because of the open world. There could be a Pokeball design called an Encounter Ball. The whole idea, it would be just like the Feather Ball from Arceus, where it's light and goes farther. In fact, just make a high-tech version of the Feather Ball. Yeah. That would be interesting. But anyway, the idea is like, you can you stand further away and you throw your Pokemon that's in the Encounter Ball and hit them to engage in battle. I like that idea. How much more? Wait, okay. Not much more to say about these three. Except for I really liked the idea of them. Larvitar is the first Dratini clone. Do I have the symbol up here? No, I do not. Why'd I miss that? And this is one of the ones where I went back in to nudge them closer to the edge so that they're not so crowded. So anyway, I thought it was interesting that they decided to do a rock dark type instead of a dragon. Because looking at him, he can easily be a dragon. Like, just... Oh, and I forgot the Tyranitar, thing. Oh. Completely missed it. Dang. So anyway, I dropped the ball on this page. Now, one of my thoughts, because there was the bird type Pokemon, like the bird legendaries, and Lugia and Huo are technically birds, like a bird legendary themselves. So I was thinking, like, you know how Regigigas had to catch all the Regis and then go to his shrine to awaken him? I was thinking, could do the same with the birds. Have you catch all the bird Pokemon, including Lugia and Huo, and you go to like some sort of shrine, and then Lugia would evolve. Of course, you'd be keeping all of the other legendaries, of course. It's just Lugia would evolve into a psychic water type. And I think they would like do like a boss encounter where you had to fight him, because gaining all that power, he would temporarily lose control. So you would have to fight him with the other bird legendaries plus one. Because that would make it like 5 bird legendaries. And then the 6th slot would be... Oh! The 6th slot would be any Pokemon. That would be an interesting bit to keep in if she actually was on camera. What are you doing, Kitsune? I can't remember if I mentioned what they did with Mewtwo or Mew, but to get him, at least in my hometown, you had to go to Toys R Us with your game. They put your game in, restart it with using a code from Game Genie to start with Mew. So we're all like, that is not a good thing. So we'll just use the our own Game Genie to cheat in Mew. Celebi. I can't remember. I think that was, you had to go to like the Pokemon Center to get him or something. And they do something to trigger that the shrine in the forest would spawn Celebi. Third gen was... The main reason why third gen was a disappointment to me was the fact that I bred a team to trade over to third gen. And I had a feeling it's like they're going to have you like get like 2 gym badges or something like that before you could trade. So I was totally willing to do that. But not only could you not trade them over, but also they locked out a good handful of Pokemon. And they strangely kept in a lot of the weak ones too. So that is why they did Fire Red and Leaf Green, by the way. They remade those games so that you can play them, get the Pokemon, trade them over. They introduced the 7 Isles. That's also when Pokemon Coliseum came out. You could trade from there. And if you had any of the third gens, and then any of the 2 remakes, and then Pokemon Coliseum, you could have all the Pokemon. A lot of people are like, oh, they did that for the money. I think that was a happy accident. Because I'm pretty sure they're all, like, they originally were going to just be like, hey, these are the Pokemon that you're available, use them, deal with it. And they just were met with a huge outcry. And so they're like, alright, fine, I'll give you guys what you want. You're not going to be happy with trying to collect all of these, which we were. And then they're like, wait, we're making a lot of money off of this. Let's keep doing it this way. So, found it interesting that in Sword and Shield you got a event gift where you got like Torchic and Blaziken had an Mega Evolution. And then when they came out with Oras, they gave the other 2 starters Megas. That was a interesting idea. So, Poochyena still didn't make it click that's like, hey, this is another dark dog. In fact, when I realized this trend, I thought it initially started with Poochyena. But then going back, I was like, wait, it actually started with Houndour. With Zigzagoon getting a new evolution through his Galarian form, that was amazing. However, Obstagoon, his design, it would be different for the Cantononian. And I'm not sure how his evolution would go. I'm thinking learning a certain move, like maybe Throat Chop, and evolving him at night. But he would become Dark Normal, but his color scheme would be that of Linoone. The problem is, I'm like thinking of ways I could Photoshop it to change the color, but also I kind of want to change the design to be more of like a linear design. So I might have to redraw him. Also, the tongue sticking out like that is Galarian Zigzagoon thing. So I would have to remove the tongue hanging out of his mouth. Weedle was an interesting attempt at replacing Weedle and Caterpie. Because there was a random chance to get Silcoon or Cascoon, and I thought it was like a day and night cycle, because I only got Cascoons during the night and only Silcoons only during the day. And they did kind of remove the whole night cycle, which was another reason why I got pissed off. But no, because that was not designed in the game. They didn't do that. It was a random chance. And Cascoon, I named my character Cass at the time. So, and in my family, I was the first to get Cascoon. So I thought it named, for some reason, named it after your character and then Coon, because it's a cocoon. To this day, I don't know why it's Cascoon. I tried researching that and I got nothing. These two were an interesting thought process. I mean, I get what they were doing with him. It was interesting, but I didn't enjoy him as much as I enjoyed Shiftry. And I found it to be interesting. It's like Mexican / Spanish design, and then an Asian design, and I thought that was kind of an interesting, like, not, for want of a better word, interesting juxtapose. It's not a juxtapose, I know what that means, but there you have it. I said it. It's out there on the internet forever and ever, so there you go. Have fun with that. Hi. But I really liked Shiftry. Was he not in X and Y? I thought he was. Anyway. Not much I could say about Tailo. He was another, like, generic, normal flying Pidgey clone. It felt like he was there because Pidgey. And again, with Hoot Hoot, it's a two-tier evolution, yes, I know. But that doesn't mean that he's not a early bird clone. Wingull was more of an interesting Pokemon than Wingull. Or Tailo. I think they should have had him instead. But I don't know where I'm going with that but. So just gonna butt on out of here. Yeah, I've already spoke my mind about him. Alright. Oh, this one is very cluttered. They've used Fralt a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love Gardevoir, but not in the sense that the internet loves her. When Ralts popped up, I was like, oh, they have an Averclone. That's kind of cool, mainly because it teleported away instantly. But Gardevoir was pretty good, and I don't think it was as fast as Alakazam, and she definitely was a little squishy. But I mean, like in the fact that it was easy to bring down her health. What were you thinking? Um, but there is like a certain elegance. Initially, I didn't think she had legs. I thought that was just like a flowing dress that she like hovers. But her having legs is okay, I guess. Um, I like the Iron Galliant. I definitely think that should be a third evolution. Like there's Gardevoir, Gallade, and Gallivant. Yeah, I don't know so much about Surskit though. Not much to say. It's a water bug that evolves into bug flying. Another one there isn't much to say. Uh, I do like it. I'm glad that he's in Violet and Scarlet. He kind of needed more attention. uh, Now, Slacking. Oh my god, he he's a contender to be a um pseudo legendary, by the way, because that power of his is just great. It's just balanced by having Trumont, but at least his defense and his hit points are worth it. And Canada's another interesting Pokemon, especially with Ninjask or Shedinja, because you had to have a Pokeball, like a normal Pokeball, in your inventory with a space empty, and you get two Pokemon. You get Ninjask and Shedinja. And I thought that was cool. And then it's like Bug Ghost with Wonder Guard, which makes it so that he only can be affected by super effective moves. That was cool. But the trade off is that he only has one hit point. So if you poison powder him, it'll work. It's just boom, oh, he's dead. Which is why it's like training him in the wild was really hard to do. And then using him in the battle tower, suddenly everybody learns poison gas. It was annoying. Or toxic. Oh, it was super annoying. And they only use it on him. Also, Toxic Spikes was just so toxic. I really like Mia Loudred. Kind of makes me sad. He would have done a really... It would have been really cool to have him as the, team star Pokemon. Like, have, like, a Loudred sitting on the side of the room, just like, boom, 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 boom. Just, like, really using his, speaker ears. But yeah, I'm gonna do a uh, version of him where he's like a huge boombox with legs and arms. I like how they gave. I just that unfocus is just really bothering me. But I really love how they gave him a new form. I I would say that it would more be a new evolution rather than like an alternate form. Mainly because it would seem like it's changing some more. I mean, like its hands come off of it, so it's like hanging there with like magnetism, electricity. I think it's really cool. I don't know what they were thinking with his evolution. It's just achoo, boom. Another meh Pokemon. But that was something really frustrating. It's like a lot of third gen's Pokemon was meh. I mean, they're not really that good. And it's like the ones that were good, they like knocked out of the park, like Routes, the dogs, the two dogs I mentioned before, and but then it was like a good chunk of them were just meh. And then the Pokemon that they had from the first two gens were also meh. It was just so frustrating. It was hard building a team. Sableye. First Ghost Dark Pokemon. First Pokemon to have no weaknesses until Fairy came along. Which I'm okay with. I just love the Mega form though, with him using that gigantic gem. I forget, did it have different colors depending on the version you were playing? I can't remember. Or was it the shiny one, blue? Can't recall. But anyway, I love how his eyes are gems. But I loved them all a little more. I found it interesting that they tacked Fairy onto here, which in turn made it so that it got rid of a few of the Fairy and Steel weaknesses, which I found to be interesting. Aggron, the trying to pretend that the Nidoran lines did not exist Pokemon. Though he was pretty cool. I know the whole thing was like, ooh, he has spikes. It's not the spikes that made him cool. I would say it's more of like the metal plate armor on him. I don't know, it's just he's really aesthetically pleasing. Oh, and I forgot that the Mega Form is just steel. It like sheds its rock for some reason. So I forgot to put that down and mention that. Not much to say about this one. It's fighting in Psychic. Useful. But with the Psychic being special attack and fighting being attack, and his special attack wasn't that great, didn't really make his Psychic moves that viable. Magic. I mean, I like it. Good design. Freaking love how it's a gigantic lightning bolt when it Mega Evolves. Not much to say. Except for he's a good poppers. I hate these two. I legitimately hate these two with a passion. It's like Pikachu clones. This is like the second clone, the first one being Meryl. I thought the third one was going to be an interesting Pokemon, but they gave us Plusle and Minim, which only really works if you have them both at the same time in a double battle. And then it's like you got two electric Pokemon. Throw out like a Dugtrio, boom, Earthquake. Both of them are dead. It's just... And these two, they weren't that good either. It's like, oh, here's another bug Pokemon that's not that good. And then this one you have to like trade. But Roselia was alright. Yeah, she was just alright until they gave her an evolution. But I can work with this Pokemon. To be honest, I almost considered this a Grimer clone. But I think it's more of like a trash Pokemon. So, I don't know. Sharpedo. He was a close Magikarp clone. But it was more just a normal Pokemon pair. And it's more of Phoebus that's the Magikarp clone, because you had to fish it in a certain spot, like a certain square. And it changed. Yes, Wailmer and Wailord. One of the biggest oh my god moments in new Pokemon Snap. Just that huge Wailer just coming up. That was a stroke of genius. And the things you had to do to get him to do different moves. Do different stuff to get the higher stars. It was just really cool. I love it. Now, this is Team Magma's mascot. I actually liked it. I would have used him if I wasn't using Blaziken. Torkoal, all I can really say about him is that I thought it was going to be Fire Rock. Grumpig is okay. Another novelty Pokemon. The biggest novelty for him was that he was the first Pokemon to have multiple sprites. It's like the spots on him were all in different areas. And I think every time they brought him back, you didn't had to trade for him, find him in the wild, I think they gave him new sprites? I don't know. But I just love how in X and Y and Beyond, he's all wobbly, and he's like, oh, he can't keep his head up. I love it. Everybody, every fanboy's favorite dragon that just keeps getting forgotten. He needs a Mega. No. He needs a whole new form. Instead of being ground, it would be bug. So when he becomes the Dragonfly, he becomes Dragon Bug Dragon. I think I'm gonna do that. I kind of like this guy. I mean, he's a scarecrow cactus. I love it. And he's grass dark. So, yeah. This was also a disappointment. Especially when they made him into a 3D model. His wings now just looked like cotton wings instead of clouds. Especially Altaria. I mean, look at this picture here. That actually looks like he's sitting in clouds that he can use as wings. But here, he more looks like a sheep. That has an elongated body. I think they could have done with, like, having the body part being the 3D, but then having the clouds be rendering. Like, looking like actual clouds flapping there. But then again, I'm not a programmer. I can't really see how to do that well with keeping the model, like, organized. Like, instead of having, like, the clouds just flying away. I kind of liked the whole rival thing that they did with Zangoose and Viper. Especially in X and Y when they did the hordes. It's like you would find, like, a horde of him with one of these in it. And then they would start fighting him. So it's like you had to defeat all of them, or, no, you couldn't catch it until it was only one left, that's right. But you had to, like, defeat all of them before he faints, or vice versa. That was... I was laughing so hard when that was happening. I was like, that is really cool and ingenious. I loved it. And then, these are so much disappointment, too. They still didn't get their evolution. They should have had an evolution in Sun and Moon. And then somehow have, like, one of the things evolving around them or something. Like, the rock just being a shell. And when it evolves, this one would be Dark Psychic. And then that one would be Fire Psychic. But, oh, that would have been cool. Another groundwater type. Yeah, I didn't really... It was frustrating because the only thing that they're weak to is grass. And a lot of these types were, like, bulky. So irritating. Again, I would have used him if I wasn't using Gyarados. Because he was pretty cool. This Baltoy is a pretty powerful Pokemon. Not much to say. Just, I don't know. The fossils in this was a little disappointing as well. Now, before they had like a couple aquatic creatures, and then a pterodactyl of sorts. And then when I learned that they were going to do new fossil Pokemon in the 3rd gens, I was like, oh hey, that would be really cool. We got these two. Yeah, I'm like, why are they doing the small guys? Why not any dinosaurs? I really wanted to see, like, a dinosaur. But they gave us a plant and a bug. I just noticed I said ground bug up there. It's supposed to be rock bug. If you haven't noticed any other small mistakes like that, please mention it in the comment section down below. I will fix them, but not do anything about it for the video because the video would already be done. But, the only reason why I didn't like this is because I felt like they were trying to, replace Gyarados with her. But so far they haven't. It's like Gyarados has been in every single one except for the 5th gen. But then technically when you complete the game, they just give you the Super Rod right away. And it's like, here, go fishing. Go get your Magikarp. Castform, another novelty, but it's kind of interesting. I don't think I'm going to personally do it, but if you notice how I got this arranged, I got the ice here, the water here, fire here, and I purposely left some space there. I've always said it needs a rock form because it turns into the fire during the sun, water during the rain, ice during the hail, and what about sandstorm? It should turn into a rock during the sandstorm. That would be cool. Another novelty. How many novelty Pokemon are in this? There's like a lot. So anyway. It is cool that he changes his typing when he gets hit. That is a pretty good mechanic. But I just don't like using them. However, Bennett is pretty freaking awesome. This was one of the few times I was torn. Because it's like usually the version... I can't think of the word now. But usually I wind up liking the one that I bought. But with this one, it's like, I think he was in Ruby. And he was pretty cool. I love the skull part. And then Dusknoir is very good ghost type Pokemon. But then Shuppet, he's one of those little ghost decoration things. Including with like the little bit that is pulled up from the string. And it's just awesome. And then Bennett is like a puppet of sorts. And then he gets more zippers when he Mega Evolves. I just really love the design. Tropius is another one that I'm saddened they did not use much. It's only in 2 games. I think Tropius needs more attention, not necessarily like love, like extra evolutions or anything. Just a little bit more attention. A little bit more face time, a little bit more game time, you know? It is a good Pokemon. Same thing with, this one. I know Chingling, but, Chimico is pretty cool and pretty nifty. But I think it's another novelty. And it'd be cool if it evolves, like, in a huge, like, wind chimes. And then it would have some sound-based moves. I loved Absol's Mega. It needed to keep that as an actual, like, evolution. Because Absol is just so amazing, and it's like, making it Dark Fairy in its Mega form, it's just so awesome. They really need to have a Dragon Fairy. That'd be cool. One of my top favorite ice types. Even in the 4th gen, I used Frostlass. I really loved it. But I kind of like Glalie more, especially since he Mega Evolves. I just love how it gets like a huge beard. It's like, Kah! I feel Whalerain was supposed to be like a Dewgong remake. But I just love how Spheal's just a beach ball. I've actually seen beach balls painted like a Spheal, and it was amazing, and I loved it. Clamperl, I can't fully get into Clamperl. There was a lot of water types. And with Gyarados being my favorite Pokemon for the longest time, and in every single gen except for one, the water type on my team was already filled. So it's like I barely gave any of these guys the time of day. And his evolutions really do not make sense to me. Especially when it looks like he's in pajamas. Relicanth. This guy. Fun fact. Yeah, we were doing Animal Crossing on the GameCube, and they were talking about the Coelacanth, and then we found the Relicanth, and it's like, wait, is this supposed to be the Coelacanth? So we kept calling the Coelacanth on Animal Crossing Relicanth, and then we forgot exactly what the names were. But this is actually a pretty solid Pokemon, because it's a rock. But I find that to be interesting. It's rock water, and this Pokemon was said to be extinct. So it's a fossil Pokemon? I love it. It was really interesting and really ingenious. Another novelty. And he was there to get heart scales off. Speaking of which, why doesn't it look like he has scales in Scarlet and Violet? I should have done like little heart-shaped scales on him. I mean, that would have been an easy paintbrush job. I really do like Salamence. It was a powerful dragon. But I was put off by the typing. It seriously felt like, hey, we don't have Dratini in this game, so let's just make Dratini. I can't think of the words I want to say. It's like, I know every time it's like, oh, it's the types, oh, it's boring, it's done before. Um, with Pokemon like this and some of the other, like the Rattata and the Pidgey clones, um, it barely feels like they're bringing anything new to the table. I mean, at this point, you're just making a dragon pseudo legendary just to have a dragon pseudo legendary. I do like the Crescent Moon though, or Roaring Moon. However, Metang really felt like it was like a pseudo legendary because it was a gift after you beat the game. So it's like you haven't even seen this guy until you got to the Elite Four. And then that Mega form. God damn. So, the Reggies. Not much to say about these three, except for I like the steel one. And these guys, I also felt like they were like, hey, the roaming legendaries were pretty cool. Let's just do that again. And then their mega forms are practically the same thing, except for their eyes are different colors. It's so dumb. I thought Grounded was going to be fire, just to let you know. And the reason why I have the Mega symbol over them is because technically they are kind of a Mega form. Because, you send them out and then they transform if they have the item on them. Not sure how Regigigas works. No, not Regigigas. Anyway, I can't think of it. I really love Mega Rayquaza. I was not able to use him in RS, but when I got him in my Pokemon Ultra Moon Chaos Lock, rest in peace that run. I have to do it again. But, him being randomized into a grass ghost was just awesome. And honestly, I haven't really seen him in action. So when he popped up, that was just a huge surprise to me. And I was like, oh, please catch us, please catch us, please catch us. Another mythical that's like, hey, let's just do Mew again. But if you notice, Mew had one. Celebi had two. If you notice, Jirachi here has the three charm things, spell tags. And then Fiona and Manaphy is like going to be like 1 and V for 4. I just thought that was an interesting touch. I also didn't get Deoxys normally because you had to get him in Pokemon Rancher, and I just could not play that game. So yeah. Fourth gen. The generation that had re-sparked the Kindle of Pokemon for me. Oh, I loved this gen. Like I said earlier, it's the artwork that I fell in love with. The artwork, the attack and special split. So now, like, it was dependent on the move, not the type. And it was... They fixed almost everything that was a problem. They also made it so that you can trade from other versions, like prior versions. If you had the Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald plugged into your DS, it would register that it's there, and then it would have like some other Pokemon pop up in the areas, which is why during my Nuzlocke I was confused with the lack of Pokemon in the grass, because I always played with my Ruby version in, so I was getting more Pokemon that way. And like I said before, the 3 gens before this, I had counted the Pokemon to be in the 4th gen if it didn't say on Cerebi that it was like transfer required, because I could not remember which ones were post game. But anyway, really love the design of Turtwig here. Pissed me off that they did another firefighting, because Blaziken was so popular, let's just do it again. It wasn't the fact that he was also fighting type that made him popular, it was his design. Which, by the way, Infernape is a pretty good design. I just wish they actually had his Goku rod, but what can you do? And Empoleon was kind of cool too, but I went with my grass type. Zephyr won the fire type, and when it's like, oh, it's another firefighting, I was like, whatever. I'll be good with my grass and ground type. And then my wife had water steel, Peplup. So, yeah. He should have been flying fighting. The way, like, he pops up when he evolved. Oh my god, that was just awesome. But no, it's still normal flying now. It was really annoying. But however, he had some new attacks, like, I believe Gen 4 they did Brave Bird. They had Close Combat. And he was friggin' strong, too. I really hate Bidoof. I call him Bidoofus. Oh, I really, really hate. And he didn't have the power that Rattata had. And he evolved into normal water. His like special attack wasn't good, but the only like physical water attack he learned was Aqua Tail. And again, I had Gyarados, so screw you. I really loved the aesthetic of Kricketune, especially his cry. But he's not that good of a Pokemon, even after like giving him some more moves like Fury Cutter and whatnot. Just not that real good. Although I notice in Violet and Scarlet, their little antenna / mustache thing seems to be quite plastic. I don't know if that's what they were going for, because they're supposed to look like music instruments. One of the best, like, early pup types. Hold on, yeah, Luxray is just pretty freaking amazing. I don't know why they only had them twice. They finally got dinosaurs. These two were awesome. I loved them both. This guy was like slow, but he could take a hit or 10. Rampardos was strong and fast, but he couldn't take a hit at all. Which was surprising because his whole idea is like he rams you with his head. But it's like they both are pretty good Pokemon, and I used him for a while until it's like I was able to get my Steelix again. I don't consider this a Caterpie clone, but he was really interesting. I love the fact that he changed form depending on the area that you you fight with him in. And then when he evolves, he stays in that form. Or if it's a guy, he evolves into Mothim. But Warmadam, Mothim, I loved it. And then Combee, possibly one of the best bug Pokemon they've made. You had to catch the female form, which you can tell by the little red crystal on its head, which it keeps, by the way. So that answers why it has a little red marking on the main head. But I think with like attack order and heal order, I don't know, because it would be broken because you could just catch a whole bunch of them, but I can just imagine like you have like a box full of the bees, and they would boost Vespiquen's attack. Like if you use attack order, the bees would come out of the box. If you use heal order, they come out and heal the queen. Another disappointing Pikachu clone. I saw him and I was like, God damn you! Why? Why is this a thing? You're just making rodents that look like Pikachu. That's all they're really doing. That's why Meryl was so cool. It wasn't a rodent, it was... No, it was a mouse, but it wasn't electric. It wasn't like the whole same deal. And they're like, oh, let's just go and like imitate Pikachu for the rest of the franchise. Weasel was cool. It would be kind of cool if Floatzel evolved into like more of like a boat. And he would become like a mountable Pokemon. That would be awesome. Cherrim is an interesting idea and design, where it would become powerful with in the sun. That's all I have to say for it, except for 420 Blaze It. Shellos was the interesting water ground repeat. Had the different forms depending where you caught it. I still love how they make it look wet in Scarlet and Violet. I still am just appalled at how people don't mention this. The textures on the Pokemon were amazing. I feel like that's where they put majority of their focus. Which isn't a excuse, by the way. I'd rather have a full complete game. with Pokemon that look amazing. He was a fun little thing. He only showed up at the Valley Windworks on Friday. I don't know why they don't. Well, now it would be different because the Light and Day cycle is now in game instead of using the real life clock, which I like. But I just love seeing the field like a bunch of these Drifloons just floating there. It kind of gives you the creeps, especially when they were there before. Oh, the sexual bunny. I really do not know why they over-sexualize some of their Pokemon. I mean, look at this. This almost looks like tits. But I know it's Bunnery's arms. But then when it comes out, it's like, woo! Don't get me started with Purugly. It's like Glameow. It's like glamorous, yes. I'm a cute little kitty. Oh crap, I'm ugly now. Although Stunky's pretty cool. Still love how the original artwork for Stuntank looks like he's pissing fire when he uses flamethrower. I gotta find footage of that somewhere. This is another interesting Pokemon. Yeah, I know it's like another animated object, but there's a lot of animated things throughout lore and mythos. So what do you expect? I like it. This is sad. This is like base form, like level, but it's a full form and it's very, very novelty. Even though this was a novelty Pokemon, it was everybody's bane at the Elite Four. It's like it has no weaknesses. It's really powerful, and it's really like tanky. It's like you had to do, and it was Cynthia's first Pokemon, and it's like you had to do competitive play to beat this thing. It was insane and I loved it. And the reason why I have it pseudo legendary, because it kind of has legendary stats, and you have to do a lot in order to obtain it. Now, this was an interesting Dratini clone. I know that there was already a ground dragon type, but this guy was amazing. And yes, I do realize that it's like this one is a little bit more powerful than Flygon, but I don't care. And he has Mega Form. They gave him a Mega, not Flygon. Those bastards. Everybody's fan dream. Which is why Lucario got a new classification. It's what I call the Coolmon Pokemon. Pretty much bipedal humanoid form. Usually you gotta evolve it somehow. And it's very Smash Brothers worthy. I don't know how more I can describe it, but uh, I remember before X and Y, I tried to make him a armored evolution. Not because of the armor evolution, mind you. That was bizarre. Really bizarre. Uh, but I tried to make it look like he was wearing like a full suit of knight armor. Didn't work out well. I might be able to draw it better now. But the thing was, to evolve him, you had to give him a plate of armor. Which is why, when in no, it was Sun and Moon. Yes, when people were like, "Oh, they're going to get armor evolutions. Look, here's armored Mewtwo." It's like, what? And then there's like pictures of like armored Lucario. I'm like, that almost looks like mine. I was looking forward to the armor evolutions, to be honest with you, but what could they really do with it, though? I mentioned this in another video, but I love the sprite artwork more than the model because you could actually see the sand pouring out of him, and he's all like in it, like ah. I want to see sand just like poof, just poofing out of his pores, or at least just have it like flowing out of him and just like into the ground. Doesn't matter. But these became boring when they did them in the 3D model. At least have him shoot out sand when he does stuff like Sandstorm. He became my favorite Pokemon over Gyarados. Because it's a freaking scorpion. When he evolved, I was like, huh. I love it. With like the arms coming out of the head section. But it was dark and poison. I wish it was dark and bug. But dark poison works. And even though I'm more fire, like I'm more of a fire guy in real life, in Pokemon, I'm more of like the dark and ghost, even though Gyarados is my mascot. But these guys are just amazing. I just love dark and ghost Pokemon. I can't help it. Another pretty interesting, see, it's like 4th gen released a whole bunch of cool ass Pokemon. And this was, it's like the special attack split. They made it so that you can trade in other Pokemon from the other versions. You didn't need to have those in order to complete the Pokedex, because they introduced the National Dex. The graphics were amazing. A lot of the new Pokemon were pretty cool. They've introduced more evolutions of your old favorites. It was pretty much everything I wanted in a new Pokemon game. And that's why 4th gen just exploded for me. I loved 4th gen. And then you got Carmine Divine. To be honest, I thought he was 3rd gen. Like, they had him in the 3rd gen, and then they brought him back in the 4th gen, but no. He is a pretty good grass type, just to let you know. Finian did not impress me too much. Although I do like how it glows a little now. But it's meh now. I love the Christmas tree Pokemon. And yes, I know it's more of a evergreen. But that Mega Evolution, that is just, wow. Rotom. We thought it was actually a legendary. Like, we knew that there was going to be a lot of legendaries in this game. Yeah. So it's like, when we found him, we thought he was kind of like one of the Mysticals. But no, it turns out that he's just a normal-ass Pokemon that has 5 different forms. Technically 6, but, 5 other forms. I was disappointed that he lost his Ghost type and kept the Electric type, but it makes sense. I love how they handled him in Pokemon Arceus, though. The most disappointing tri-legendaries. The Light Trinity. They're all basically the same thing. Except for he has balloons on his head. I liked this one. So, like, mystical, and his eyes were closed, and he sees through the gem in the middle of his forehead, and I love it. I don't recall them doing the Ruby string in 4th gen, but they did it in Arceus, which I thought was a thing they just did in Minecraft because that made sense. I don't know, I am so confused. And then, of course, we got Dialga, Palkia, and the other ones I'm going to get into in a minute. I like their Centaur forms. Yes, I'm calling it their Centaur forms. Except for I would love to have him with arms. That would have been cool. But yeah. Got a funny story about Heatran. He's the only legendary that has male and female gender. I don't know why. Back in the first copies of Diamond and Pearl, you could actually, if you had a female Heatran, you could actually breed it. Actually, Ditto worked too, but you could breed it. Normally you can't, and it actually says that it can't breed. But if you put it in the Poke Center with another Pokemon, in fact, I think it only worked with Ditto now I think of it. But anyway, it still popped up with an egg. Put the egg in your team, you run around, and it took forever. We thought it was like a glitched egg where it was never going to hatch because it technically didn't have a Pokemon in it. Or it registered it had a Heatran in it, but the game didn't register any like steps that it needed to take, so it was going to be an infinite steps. But no, it hatched. It was like do-doom, 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 nothing. There was absolutely nothing there. And then it like sits there for a minute, does not play like the do 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 do. It's just empty screen for a minute. Then he kicks you back out like on the screen. If you load up your Pokemon menu, you only have your 5 Pokemon. The slot that had the egg is now empty. It was awesome. Regigigas was kind of cool. I think they should have updated his sprite in Sword and Shield to have another row of eyes, but one eye being yellow and the other one being... what was... turquoise, I think it was? Because apparently you didn't need to trade the other one from the other version. You just needed to have the 4th one. But I got them both anyway, I don't care. One of my favorite legendaries. One of the times I caught him, I threw a netball. Because it's like, I kept fighting him, bringing him all the way down, throwing balls at him, using up all the balls, soft resetting, doing it again, soft resetting, and I was just like, you know what, screw this, netball. Like, encounter first turn, netball. Caught him. I was just like, okay. And I have not gotten far on Pokemon Platinum. So, yeah, there's that. I freaking love Giratina. Okay, Cresselia. It was an interesting Pokemon, I guess. Now, you see what I mean? There's like the 1, and then 2, which is the Roman numeral for 4, which is the 4th gen. Still not convinced? 1, 2. Still not convinced? 1, 2. Still not convinced? 1, 2. And then, Victini had the V. I know it's like V for victory, but also V for 5. But I noticed they stopped doing that at the 6th gen, which was kind of sad. But I found this to be kind of cute. And yes, I'm counting Fiona and Manaphy as one, like, unit, because you breed the Manaphy to get the Fiona. So there. Darkrai. In my opinion, the weakest legendary. He's cool and all, but he's pretty weak. His whole, like, strategy is putting the Pokemon to sleep and just nightmaring them to death. So, yeah. Not that good. Huh. Now, I could not make the decision because I wasn't sure if he's considered a mythical. But when you say, like, the mythical, the 4th gen, that's the one that at least I think of. But this was the first, gift Pokemon, I think. Or was Cresselia? I can't remember. Anyway. How do you pronounce his name? Arceus or Arceus? It kind of flows off the tongue better saying Arceus, but I think it is supposed to be Arceus. Oh, and I didn't mention this before. Dang. With the new Pokemon down here, it's meaning like the units. Like, let's go all the way back to they had 151 Pokemon, but with how I've organized things, they actually had 78 unique ones, like the units. And like I said earlier with the evolutions and the baby forms, I'm counting that as from this gen because they're coming off of the original Pokemon that's from this gen, which is why up here it's like number 446 and number 143 are the same number bar, where when I got to Generation 2 I have more like a chalkboard. And that's because that's how the dex pages looked in those gens. So it's like it's 150, 78 Pokemon were introduced. Now, go to the end of second gen. They have 251, so technically that was like 100 new Pokemon. But realistically, it was 51 new Pokemon because some of them were evolutions and baby forms of older Pokemon. And then the third gen, which has a little bit more of a spiffier number bar. I don't know what else to call it. It's a number bar. But my train of thought got derailed. I was going to mention something about Obstagoon. But again, it's like Obstagoon's number is in the third gen bracket because Zigzagoon is. I know a lot of people are going to be like, no, that's not how it goes, but that's how I am labeling it all. And you can tell me how you would do it in the comment section down below. I don't mind. I'll read your comments. I might do a reading your comments section on your with your comments. So there's that. So with Gen 3, there was a total of 73 new Pokemon. Yep, which is the highest so far, actually. Yeah. So, at the end of the fourth gen, we have 44 new Pokemon, which I know isn't that much. But wait until we get into Gen 5. Because this has a complete new roster. I think at first it seemed like they're going to do like every odd number of generations is going to have like either a full clean slate or an almost clean slate. And then the even gen would do like having mixed with like old Pokemon, new Pokemon, and like some new evolutions and whatnot. But it didn't break it for me in black and white. for a few reasons. One of the major ones is that uh, they announced it for before they released it. They were like, "Hey, we're going to clean the slate. All the Pokemon are new. But post game, you can get your favorite old favorite Pokemon with like the new zones that open up and trading." So it was like, all right. I did breed a team for the post game, which I wound up only using either half or two of the Pokemon. Anyway, but also, this was when the 3DS came out. And they released it on the DS, like right before the 3DS came out. I'm like, why didn't you guys just hold off until the 3DS? And they had like zones that looked like it was going to be in 3D if you put it in the 3DS, but no. That was a disappointment. So anyway. So there's not much to say about the starters. They were very underwhelming. I don't know if it's because I went into the game expecting it to be a rehash of the third gen. But none of them were just exciting. Although Student Farm was kind of interesting, but again, it not really exciting. They didn't really change much, did they? Also, Watchog was another. I mean, what was up with those eyes? Was it supposed to be like hypnotic eyes? It's just I didn't really get what this was supposed to be. Peplup though was very interesting. First of all, it was a cute, adorable little puppy that evolved into a big badass. Oh, my eye. When I first came across Purloin, I was not familiar with the term. It wasn't until very recently when I heard Markiplier, of all people, use that term on one of his videos. Hi, Kitsune. And I was like, wait, it makes sense now. Because before it was like purr, like it was like because it's a cat, and then loin because, you know, the loins. Especially when it's like standing, it looks like it has a shirt on. And now that I've said that, looking at this, there's like the back is missing. So it's one of those like backless shirts. But Leopard is actually pretty cool. These three. Oh. What can I say about these three? I mean, I know what they were going for. I mean, it's like Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour. They're cooking. But they're ridiculous. They're very ridiculous. They're all shirtless. Well, except for Panpour, he's pantsless. So continuing on, there was a lot of Pokemon in this gen that seemed like we made this just to replace some other Pokemon. This would have been like kind of like a Clefairy, Drowsy replacement. I don't know, it was weird. Especially once again, when I did the 3D form, the little puff of smoke coming out of its forehead looks like a horn. Like a cotton candy horn. Pretty sure there was some way that we could have made that look like smoke. Another kind of boring bird, but this had a drastic change between male and female. And also the pattern here looks like a cityscape. Zebstrika was actually one of the sleepers that was released in this game. Reason why I call it a sleeper is because not many people were like, hey, the zebra Pokemon, it's pretty lit. I'm saddened it only shows up in 5th gen so far. The first Geodude clone. Which they made it pure rock, which was a nice change because majority of the rock Pokemon before this were rock ground. And then sometimes they added some more things to it. I don't know about this one. I kind of liked my Zubat. But then they threw this guy in, and it's like, okay, I thought you guys weren't going to be doing the annoying bat in the cave, but okay, let's go. But then it has a heart nose. I don't know. This guy is more of like the Sand/Diglett combination. I really don't know which one they were going for. But he's actually kind of cool. I used him for a little bit in my initial playthrough. Adina was just there for experience, to be honest. I don't know why they gave her Mega. Why was that a thing? Why was that necessary to have? It just made no sense. One of the worst designs. It's Ronald McDonald with a iron beam. I do like how it does use the building things as its weapon. Like from a log of timber to a bar of iron to columns of concrete. But its name, Timber. What was the middle form? Oh, Girder. Conklader. It's like dur. Ah. Conklader just hit me in my clavicle. I love this guy, though. He's my adorable little tadpole that grows up into a badass motherfucking toad with symbols on. I love it. Throw in Sock. They're very interesting designs. I like Sock more. But, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. Oh, I don't know if you notice. Here, he's got his head sticking out a little bit. And then when they did the 3D model, they kind of pulled his head in a little, and now he's kind of like a hunchback. While before, Sock is the one that had his head down, making him look like a little bit of a hunchback. And now his head is up. It's weird. It's like very super weird. The Caterpie and Weedle clones. They do wind up evolving later than the aforementioned, but they're still pretty powerful. I was actually able to use both pretty decently. And I just think this was a very intelligent addition. These two are also not that interesting. Even like the Hisuian form of the Lilligant. I honestly felt awkward with that one. Vascaline was another just meh fish. Even his Hisuian form wasn't that interesting. Now, Krokorok. Crocodile? Sandile. When I first saw this in the anime before I played the game, I saw the little Sandile walking, and I was like, oh, I've got to have that. And he turned out to be a pretty awesome Pokemon. This guy was interesting. Not much I could say, except it was interesting trying to get his Zen form. I get why they made this one. But it was another one of those ones that's like, yeah, just capture it and put it in the bank. A lot of these Pokemon, I'm just like, yeah, they're just there. I have no like in-depth thought process on them. Although I love how it's a hermit crab in a rock. This guy's a penis wrinkle. Bleh. Interesting. I love how it's like the mask it carries is its face from the when it was like a human, and it looks at it and it gets sad and misses its life, while the rune version, it's like been sealed to the stone. I just find that to be hysterically interesting. The poor Yamask. It's your boy, Yamask. The false Pokemon in this also was pretty interesting. I love how they gave this guy feathers, though. Very, very nicely, done. The other trash Pokemon. I still don't want to call it a Grimer clone. Unless they release another trash Pokemon in the future. Then I'll start doing the clone for Grimer. I'll just call it the trash Pokemon, though. Because that's what it is. Trash. Especially its, gigantic form. That was awesome. I love that. That was a beautiful, touch. Especially when you see a Pokédoll there. I'm actually qualifying this as both the Coolmon and a pseudo legendary because you only get one of him, and he has the very unique ability to disguise himself as the Pokemon on the bottom of your party, which, by the way, only works if you're facing against a actual player. There's so much you can do with the typing, because it'll just look like the Pokemon. He'll still have the same type and the same move sets. You can really screw around with people's mind with that. Like, why isn't it hitting him? Why is this not hitting him? But against the CPU, it just, or the AI, it just gathers the damage that it would be doing. So it would know what type you are. But other than that... Oh, and the hair. It's like, ooh, it's red and black. Ooh, how edgy. It actually looks pleasing. Especially the update when it actually looks like hair. And also the Ghost normal form. That was interesting. The only weakness is now dark. Another boring Pokemon. Yeah, these two are Aberclones. Especially with how they tried to make this one, follow in Ralts' footsteps. It's like, I noticed the Aberclones are more of, Ralts clones. But it's evolved into this, and I was like, oh, that looks interesting. And then it evolves into this, and I'm just like... It's just another Aberclone. I know a lot of people had a problem with this one because it's a fetus, but not exactly. I would qualify this more of an alien than a fetus. I mean, yeah, it's a cell, obviously, and it's developing inside this little membrane cocoon. But I think that's how this alien species operates. And then we got Swan, which is decent. I hate this thing with a passion. I'm all for animated objects. But this and the Cryogonal were the only ice types in this game. And also, I did not know it had a third form at the beginning, because it's you got this and evolves into this, and this looks like a full Pokemon. It's okay, evolved into another ice cream. Let's throw it in the box. And then later I saw a trainer with this, and I'm just like, no. It looks even worse now. Personally, I would have made it look like a sundae. Instead of having a double cone. Did the creator of this Pokemon not know how cones work? Either have it be a double stacked or put in a little sundae boat. this was an interesting design. Yes, it's a novelty Pokemon, but it's actually a novelty Pokemon that works. I mean, they're pretty good, and I really love the design. And the fact that they stay in their form when you evolve them. So it's like you can not really manipulate, but guide the Deerling into what you want it to change into. And I really love this idea. Emolga. Yeah, the first interesting Pikachu clone. I actually used him for a while. Electric Flying. Gets rid of his ground weakness. Still has his flying weaknesses except for electric. And it's a flying fucking squirrel. I love it. Dang, I was hoping the other one was right after him. But these guys are... That was also an interesting evolution method. If you trade them with Shelmet, they swap their pieces. So it's like this one would shed its shell and put on the helmet and then evolve. And then the other one, Shelmet, would, of course, like give up his helmet, but then it would take the shell and use it as a cloak. But I'm sorry, it's like this one's more obvious what happened, and that's why I love him. Plus, you can't go wrong with the Lancer. I mean, come on. He is freaking awesome. Amogus. His brute form looks kind of sus. But I'm thinking the brute could very well be another evolution of Among Us. Brutus. These are your Atlantean mermaid Pokemon. Like, legitimately. Their Pokedex even states that they are spirits of a kingdom long lost, which is Atlantis. And I just find that to be hilarious. And yeah, I've qualified them as the ocean. Did I use the word vermin? But in Black and White, they were pretty much them and Basculin was the only water like Pokemon that you find while surfing. And these guys were the common ones, and even in Sword and Shield, whenever they were around, it's like you would see just a whole bunch of them floating over the water. So that's why I'm considering them the ocean vermin. I also thought Alomomola was going to be a Love Disc evolution. But I mean, this one has a little bit more power than Love Disc, but again, it's just... What can I say? Joltik was actually kind of interesting. An electric bug, and he was actually decent. So was Ferrothorn. Except for I could not get over the fact that he was really slow. I know a lot of people had a problem with this one, and even though I had a problem with the ice cream, I thought this was kind of interesting, especially while he evolves. Although I was expecting this one to turn into a steel electric type. But I love how it's like he just keeps getting more gears as he evolves. I actually like that touch. And no, this one does not lose its face and turn into this. He turned into the big one in the back there, which I would say is the dominant face. But I honestly can't tell if that's supposed to be an eye or if that's the eye. Because here the square and the circle looks like an eye and that looks like a mouth. But then in another rotation, that looks like a closed eye and that a mouth. Or that a mouth. It's just, it's weird. I'm not going to go into that. This guy was cool. He was cool as fuck. An electric type with levitate. He has no weakness. I mean, yeah, there's ways to get rid of levitate, which is a downside. And also his stats aren't as good as they should be. But like I say, it's like any Pokemon, you can make it really, really powerful. Except for Unknown. The alien Pokemon. Why did they not make this into an alien, like, actual UFO? That would have been amazing. Psychic Steel. But no, they made Orbits the UFO Pokemon. This quickly became my favorite ghost type. It's a freaking ghost candle that evolves into a lantern. I noticed there's like a lot of animated objects in this gen. And yes, I'm counting it as a Ghastly clone because pretty much how you found him was similar to Ghastly. He's in a tower that only he is in, and it's the only place you can find him. So, or was there a second? I can't remember, but that place just really reminded me of the Lavender Town's, like, tower. Also, my favorite dragon. I caught, it's like when you went up to the cave, there was a person saying that there was this really weird Pokemon in there that he couldn't catch, so I figured it was going to be like a legendary encounter. So, like, something like Rotom. So when I went in and I encountered an Axew, I was like, oh, it's a little dinosaur thing. No, it's a dragon. But that the fact that its tusks is an axe instantly made it my favorite. And the design on him is so good. I love it. Snot-nosed brat, that's all I can really say about this one. Except for its snot apparently freezes into its beard. Oh yeah, that was another ice type, but that was not found in the same place, I don't think, or was it? Did you find all three ice types in the same place? Which was a freezer, by the way. Cryogonal was pretty good. I can't remember. I either used him or him. I can't remember. Here's Shelmet. As you can see my confusion. I mean, it's like, it's obvious this part is the Pokemon. Mainly. Because if you see, it's like, it's got the same coloring going on. But he grabs the other one's like shell and wears it like a robe, a cloak. I don't know. It's supposed to be a ninja. I think that was a miss. Oh, and also you can tell the curl is there from its shell. Stunfisk was cool. Especially when they turned him into a bear trap. That was hilarious. Andrew was... don't get me wrong, he's a good Pokemon, but he didn't last long for me. Also a good Pokemon. I love how it's just a dragon with no evolutions. And I think it needs to stay that way. Golurk was amazing. A Ghost Ground type, and he looks intimidating. Like, someone would send out Pokemon, it's like, hi, I got the best Pokemon in the world. Go, Golurk. And you could just throw in the whole meal, like, yeah, he doesn't believe in, consent. Golurk, go break his spine. Go. Alright, this guy almost became my favorite. Even with, like, King Gambit, it's really, really, really close. But I would have to say he's underneath Gyarados. And it's Pawniard, Bisharp, not Bisharp. You know, it is like spelled Bisharp, and it does have the two blades on him. But it's Bisharp because it's a pawn, it's a bishop, and now a king. It's chess references. Anyway. I was hoping his shiny form would have been black, but it's blue, which it's alright. No, white. Because, sometimes they do red and white. And I know I heard the explanation is like, oh, they're trying not to be racist. And it's like, then why did they get rid of the black, get rid of the white? But I think it's more of like, color preference. I don't know. Bouffalant needs to be in another gen just because. I hate that these guys evolve at 50-something. Especially since Vullaby is supposed to be like a baby. The skull is his diaper. And he evolves when he's an adult. But I love this Pokemon to death. Braviary's alright, but I love this one. It's a vulture wearing bones. I love it. Heatmor and Durant. Durant. Ba-da-da-dum-bum. These guys are interesting. I love how it's a fire type against a steel and bug type. He eats them. I love that. For some reason, I love the rivalry between, like, two Pokemon. Although Durant is a really, really good steel type. Question of the day. Even though there's going to be a lot. What do you consider is the, pseudo-legendary dragon? Dino or Axew? Because there literally is two. And I've noticed they've included Dino in the version variants where it's juxtaposed to another Dratini clone. But so is Axew. So I really do not know what's up with that. However, gotta admit, it looks badass in Scarlet and Violet. But then I don't know why this turned out the way it did, because it's in the same game. That just... I no idea. It probably was on me, like, yanking these images from Cerebi. Another, it wasn't like 60 something this guy evolves. It's so ridiculous. He is so hard to train. He like learns a new move every 5 levels. Stats aren't that great until he evolves into Volcarona. But then gave him 2 new forms, which I think should be alternates of Volcarona. I mean, once you look at it, at first I was like, they're going to be like tier evolutions off of Volcarona. But once you really, really look at them, it looks more of like slight changes. Like, especially this one. And I know the Hariyama one, I'm saying, is an evolution of the Hariyama. But these two looks like they could have gone in a different path, which is what the Paradox is supposed to be. These guys weren't impressive to me. They seemed like they were there because the Tri-Legendaries. It's like they ran out of ideas. These guys were made a better Tri-Legendary because they're like... For one, they brought back the roaming legendaries, which these guys made it interesting because they whipped up a storm. And then if you caught these two post-content, had Landorus, which was really interesting. And I love the legendaries in this game. Reshiram, Beam Dragon Fire. It's like when I went to buy the game, I was like, I liked the black version. And the guy's like, you do know that the legendary in the black version's the white one, right? Oh no, I was like, oh yeah, I'm well aware. And he goes, oh, okay. Because I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people that are like, I want the black version because I'm Edgelord. It's like, give me the black Pokemon. Oh, it has a white one, even though it's right there on the box. So anyway. But I love how it's like, your actual rival, N, caught the other legendary, and you had to fight him with it. I love that. That was cool. For the most part, I did not like this. Their alternate form, their awakened forms. But then it's like all 3 of them just being like this. I kind of like their tails, which is why I'm glad they kept them. But, I also hated that even though they gave him 4 legs, he was still floaty. I feel Landorus should have been like this. And then Thundurus in his Awaken and Tornadus in his Awakening. And then the fusing of the Pokemon was a really interesting idea. And by the way, for those that don't know, this happened before the whole like fusion craze. So it's not like... In fact, if I recall correctly, neither one influenced the other. So, I citation needed, actually. I loved his wings, though. With, like, the spikes being ice like that. I didn't like the fusion forms too much. It was like they took Reshiram and Help, I'm blanking on his name. But they took them and just added something to him. It vaguely looks like him. Like the arms and the legs and a little bit of the jaw looks like him. But it's like the colors different and whatnot. It's just, the idea was interesting, but I hated it. And the 4 Pokemon over here has a little brother, which I was surprised was not in Sword and Shield. Because he would be like the 4th one. I missed this one initially. All the other legendaries, I was like, oh, cool, they're like obtainable. But then she came out and I completely missed her. Didn't know this happened. And the fact that she changed forms was kind of interesting to me. Genesect was a freaking awesome legendary. Love how it's like you attach the drive to him and that one move becomes that typing. And he folds up into a cannon. He was very cool. And of course Black and White had the most new Pokemon because they didn't use a single old one. X and Y. Very interesting gen. I did love the Mega evolutions. I still wish that they found a way to keep the Megas in. I've explained it earlier about my ideas for the Mega and the gigantic forms. But this is the first gen that I liked all 3 starters. I mean, here they were actually flushing them out. Like, there was not a single snoozer in this one. I know a lot of people poke fun at, like, that ear hair. I don't know why they did that, but it's whatever. I do love how, though, it has a wand that it uses. That was pretty cool. And Greninja, I know he became the popular one, even though I thought this one was going to be. But, and there's good reason why this is the popular one, not because it's the one that Ash had. Though, I hated the Ash Greninja. And this is the first Rattata clone that I actually really enjoyed. Not because it's a bunny, but its evolution is normal ground. I was like, oh hey, it's a ground type. This is awesome. Also, the Pidgeiclone was pretty freaking awesome. Flying fire. This gen had, like, that they really aimed for the fences and then overshot. At least with the Pokemon, I hated the storyline. I wish that instead of, like, Team Flare trying to try to destroy the world with the Pokemon, they should have been trying to harness the energy of the Mega Stones, because majority of, like, the game was focusing on the discovery of the Mega Stones and, like, the mystery and the power behind it. And then you got, like, Team Flare that's like, oh, look at this, we're fabulous. Oh, in actuality, we're just going to destroy the world for no reason. And then the inclusion of that one huge guy. That made no sense. It's like, oh, by the way, here's a Wanderer. He's like huge and junk, I guess. And he has like the smallest Pokemon as his best friend. Ha ha ha, look at the size difference. Isn't that funny? It's like they really missed with Team Flare. They're even worse than Team Yell, in my opinion. Even though I hate everything of Team Yell. But at least in there, they even made it obvious that it was not supposed to be like an evil villain group. They're just fanboys of Marina. And they're just there to get in your way, literally. Vivillon, the spokesperson of Hell itself. Why is it missing an antenna bit there? I'm serious. It's missing a little antenna bit. What happened to you? Who did this to you? Oh, my poor little Vivillon. Don't worry, little buddy. Satan will get his revenge. Interesting design. The first fairy Pokemon. I really loved that they went ahead and did a new type, even though they said they weren't going to. They said this for Black and White, which should have done light type in Black and White. That would have been awesome. You had a huge roster there that you could play around with adding a light type. But no. This guy turned into my favorite grass. He is a beast. And even with Skiddo was not hard to train. He had the stats and the move pool to actually be a decent team member until he evolves. And then he, like, carried your team. I still want Mount Pokemon. Like, they're like, just barely. It's like, here's the Mount Pokemon and here's the Pokemon team. Like, we're not gonna actually touch it. Oh no, we're not touching it. We're not touching it. It's like they teased it in X and Y. It was just so annoying. It's like in the trailer showed you riding the Go-Go and it's like, oh, you can mount one! But no, it was just a little thing. That and the Rhyhorn. I understand why people were disappointed with this one. But he's still kind of cool. And yeah, he's the cool mon of this gen. And why not? And as the way that people were disappointed, it's like he was supposed to be the cool one. The mechanic on this one was okay. But I hated how it's like after a while the form would go away and you have to go get recut. That was annoying. I think what they should do, if they ever bring this Furfrou back, you get him from the hairdresser place. Like it's a gift Pokemon. And you can style it and it stays that way. But if you want to change it, you can. But otherwise, the styling was a really cool idea. Esper was an interesting idea. And it's a good Pokemon. It's just its design for me is a miss. And I don't know why. I can't explain it. This, however, freaking animated sword that has his own hilt. I love it. This one, again, people complain about it for some reason. I loved it. It's a really good design, and yes, I'm counting it as a Ghastly clone. Because it kind of is. Again, if I recall correctly, it's like there's only one place where you find them. It wasn't in a tower, but there was pretty much one place you found them. And again, you had to evolve it a certain way. These two, initially, it's like I like their lower forms, but then they evolve and it's like, I don't know about that anymore. But this one especially grew on me. I mean, it's a big puppy ice cream. And yes, I do realize that I did not like the ice cream before, but that was because it was just an ice cream cone that evolved into an ice cream cone that evolved into a double ice cream cone. This one's actually like a puppy dog that looks like ice cream. So screw you. Mentioned this several times, but I actually figured out how to evolve this on my own. I'm sitting there leveling up. I noticed every time it attacked, it spun upside down, so...
I sent you a video. You should totally listen to it on your video.
Alright. So while I'm loading this up, I was turning it upside down for fun. And, well, my friend had told me it's like, I should look this one up. And there, she was like, well, have fun looking it up because the person that found that must have done, like, I don't know what he was thinking. And I'm like, okay. So, alright.
There once was a man, he lived online, username figure 8 equal D, no lie. I paid no mind, but he did slide into my DMs, oh. Soon did the Wiener Man come to show his pecker to everyone. As soon as the Wiener Man comes, I'll just heave and go. Oh, as a wrinkly dink looked me in the eye, and then I cancelled my Wi-Fi. The image it gave me pink eye looked like an ogre's toe. Soon as the Wiener Man comes, shows us schlong and ruins the fun. Soon as the Wiener Man comes, I think I'm lesbo.
Oh, that was good. But seriously, why do people just like unsolicited dick pics? It's like, you think that's gonna win the girl? And it's like, oh, hey. So you're a dick. So anyway, so while I'm leveling up, I'm turning upside down, so it's like, it's constantly like upwards. I was like, hee, this is fun. And then it evolves. And I'm like, what in the world did I do? How did... I thought this was supposed to be like really hard to figure out. And I looked online and it's like, oh, you gotta hold the DS upside down. But also it's like level 30. Like after level 30 it started doing that. So it's like... What? I didn't know that was a thing. This guy's actually interesting. But again, water type. There's like so many different water types I would have used if I didn't have Gyarados. Like this one was interesting. I did not know evolved into a dragon poison type. But it's pretty cool. This actually had a lot of the cool water types now I think of it. Because before it was like, yeah, it's a boring fish. But now it's like you got a barnacle that's like evolves into like a hand stone man. You got Dragality, which is dragon poison. Then you got Clauncher, which is a literal like rocket launcher. And the fossils were amazing. I loved these guys, both of them. But I used him because Rock Dragon. You can't go wrong with Rock Dragon. Launcha was an interesting idea. Even their Pikachu clone was interesting. I didn't use it though. But it was interesting. Carbuncle? I don't know. It was there. Their Dratini clone was also interesting, although what I was disappointed with was that they removed the area evolutions, but made it so that this evolves during the rain. That confused me. Actually, I remember that later on, but you know what I mean. It's like this still evolves in the rain when it's like they could have made the ice Pokemon evolve while it's snowing, Leafeon evolve while it's sunny. It just bugs me they removed those. Klefki was dumb though. I mean, the typing was good, but Klefki in itself is just... it's a key ring. Trevenant and Pumpkaboo. Very, very interesting designs. But I don't know why that came out like that. Again, probably my mistake. When I learned that Goodra evolved in the rain, I thought he was going to evolve during a hailstorm. Because you got him pretty late. And I was like, oh, I'm going to throw him on my team and level him up in this area that is automatically snowing. One level and he evolved. I'm like, yes, I was right. I guessed it correctly. Later, I looked up the internet and I was like, no, I caught him 2 levels above when he evolves. Although the Suin form was kind of interesting. It added more texture to him. And more looked wood than rock. But it made sense. And the fact that they added a few more, like, dragon types that wasn't a pseudo-legendary was interesting to me. Especially this one. He was kind of cool. I like his design. So, I really liked the thought process behind the legendaries, X and Y. And people are like, oh, it's going to be Z. But Z never happened. And that confused a lot of people and infuriated most. But, when they released Sun and Moon, they introduced him as, like, gathering up the cells to pretty much create him. You get your, the dog form first, and then the, kind of like the dragon form. And then the, perfect form. Like, perfect cell. I know that joke's been made so many times before. And I'm shunned. But, I have to say the storyline in X and Y was the worst. Because it was stupid. It's like, oh, I'm going to find this legendary Pokemon to destroy the world. It was just awful. And then the whole inclusion of that one giant guy, he added nothing to the story. So, the answer was interesting, getting a Mega Evolution. Like, straight away. And, part of the Pokedex said that she was a Carbink that kind of evolved. And I find that to be an interesting idea. Then Hoopa. I thought Hoopa was black and white, but I guess it was X and Y. That's just weird because I recall him being one of the things for like Black and White 2. It's like you got him from going to like McDonald's or something. But then again, it makes sense now I think of it, because there's a thing in RS where you get like the bottle or the ring, I can't remember, to get him into his unbound form, so so that makes sense, I guess. And then Volcarona, fire water type. Mainly a steam type once you think about it. But X and Y had 36 new Pokemon. Like the units that I've been mentioning. Sun and Moon was really interesting. This is like the first time that I actually chose the grass type on my own. Because like I said before, it's like, with me and my friends, we were like, decided each one would get like a different starter, and then we'd breed it for the other two. And then just trade that way, so we'd have all 3 starters. I'm trying to remember, was it X and Y or was it Sun and Moon that started the global trade system? But, so I was just like, I'm going to choose the grass and screw you both. And they're like, oh, okay, I'm doing fire, I'm doing water. I'm like, oh, okay. The Hisuian form of Rowlet was awesome. I mean, at first I was like, oh wait, he's not my grass ghost archer type? What? But then it's like, I used him further in the game, and I'm like, no, I like this guy. He's pretty good. I don't know what to say. And then they tried to do a mermaid, which was interesting, because once you think of it, it's like, oh, it's not like a big-breasted, beautiful woman. It's like, it's a seal thing, so yeah, stop being horny. Pikipek, even though it's not, didn't have a second type, I did love its beak charge move thing. I forgot what it's called, but it's the one where it's like it charges up and if it gets hit while it's being charged, it burns the enemy. And I love it. It was awesome. And the name Toucannon. That was just awesome. I don't really see this one being Donald Trump. People are like, oh, it's Donald Trump, and I'm like, I don't see it. I honestly don't. This was an amazing Weedle clone. So for once again, it's like I loved the Pokemon evolving in certain areas. But personally, I think it should be either or. Same thing with Crabrawler. But everybody's like, oh, it's supposed to be wider because it's a crab. I'm like, look at its claws. They're punching gloves. I love it. And then when he gets introduced to ice, he becomes a abominable snowman. I just love it so much. Isn't that right? These four are interesting. First, I'd go with Flying Ghost. Cutiefly was a meh. I mean, it was interesting doing like a bug fairy, and it's kind of cute, but meh. Don't ask me why it's blue wings versus pink wings. Probably because of the background. I might have something to do with it. Rockruff. One of the Pokemon that became popular before it was released. And I'm not too fond of the Dawn form, like the middle, because they tried to have it be like a in-between mode. I mean, don't get me wrong, the orange color is nice. But, it's like the only other difference is its hair is up. It should have been kind of standing. But I like the werewolf design. Wishiwashi was a weird concept. It's like, it has like immense strength, but I guess the downside is that if it's low on health, it becomes its wimpy form. With the randomizers, the ones that randomize the abilities, I think the ones that like have like the sunny form, like from Cherum, if he has that, he should transform into that form during the sun. That's my thought process on that for randomizers. I don't really have much of an opinion on this one. I like how it's like a poison bunker, but just to say, I love this Pokemon. I know it's supposed to be like a donkey, but more looks like a Clydesdale, I think is the name. Clydesdale? Something like that. But I love its hooves. And I so want to ride this, or Go-Go, or Gyarados. Yeah, I love the fact that it has a bubble on its head to, like, in order to breathe. But otherwise, this is one of those Pokemon. But do you see what I mean about, like, the models? It's like they did just about use the same model, except for they got rid of the cell shading. But it still looks cartoonish. That's why I love the textures on Scarlet and Violet. Because if you can see, it's got like more details in its leaf here than up here. And I have to say it again, the wet Pokemon look wet, and I love it. He still looks like he's wearing pajamas. Again, what can I say about this guy? Except for he was annoying to fight in Sword and Shield. Gia's a really happy kitty. Like, look. Look. It looks sleek and wet. And I think I need to turn the heat down. Stuffed animal, what can I say? Except for I love how they have their little, tag still. That is just hilarious. Alright, she was pretty cool. I do love how they are keeping in the fact that they need to know the move in order to evolve. I love that. But again, not much else to say. Except for some reason, Balance Suite looks delicious. I don't know why. I was disappointed because at this point there was very few novelty Pokemon. They threw this one at you. These two are meh to me. They're interesting, but this one, it takes a while for him to actually be good. I mean, you'd want to use Lava's like stat increasing and then use stored power, but then it takes a while and whatnot. And I forgot the sick combo I found on this one. Yeah, I can't think of it. I'm drawing a blank now. I was trying to breed them in Pixelmon, because I think the move was like an egg move. Then I was going to sell them for Mad Cash. I actually really love this guy. Its build is annoying, but helpful. Just gotta make sure he's fast, so he gets his hit in before they knock him down to the point where he has to exit. But it's really annoying to level. The sandcastle. What can I say about this that has not been said before? Just don't stick your arm in his mouth. Another one that I have no... Except for has an asterisk mouth. And by the way, this is based on a real urchin. That's really weird. I'm concerned this guy is pseudo-legendary because of the fact you get one of him. And also, one thing I really liked about Sun and Moon was the fact that one of your rivals has a legendary Pokemon, technically. It's like there was only 3 of them in existence. And he evolves with your friendship. If you notice, only his head evolves. I find that to be interesting. And then you can attach the memories to him to change his typing. Though I think they should just made it the plates. Because now in Violet and Scarlet, if you have him, they'll start selling the memories and the thing. And if you have Arceus, they'll start selling the plates. And if I recall correctly, I think they made it so that the plates only work with Arceus. I think. Like, before you could attach it to, like, the water plate to water Pokemon and increase the attacks stat of all the water types in your team. But then it turned into just working like the Mystic Water. And now I think it just increases the attacks for Arceus. I think. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, citation needed. Manor was an interesting novelty Pokemon. I went ahead and grinded him to get the orange one. And, you know, this is one of the few times I included the shiny because the shiny's a black color. I mean, can't go wrong with that. I like Kamola, but it's just one of those Pokemon that's, like, tough to train. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's the little wood. That's the Pokemon." I don't think it is, because yeah, he rolls around, which I find to be weird. I also like his design. I love how they started making shields that would actually damage someone when they hit you, but it's gotta be like a physical hit. But it's like using him, someone uses fly, it's like, oh, thorny shield. I love how it's a gerbil. I love how it's electric steel. I still didn't use it. Mimikyu was a freaking amazing idea. Not only does it have like the disguise where it's like the Pokemon will attack the Pikachu head and it breaks and it's like, oh, it's not a Pikachu, okay. But also the fact that it's a ghost that's hiding underneath a plushie. And there's that clip from the anime where Jessie was put like a little paper bag over the Mimikyu so she can fix its costume. I love it. It was such a heartwarming moment. Another water psychic type. I mean, if they make another like single evolution like water psychic type of Pokemon, I'm just going to consider that as a clone of some form. Although with this one knowing psychic things, that was pretty cool. Uh, Not much I can say about him. He's cool, I guess. But another instance of like the version I bought had the exclusive that I didn't like as much as the other one. Delmies was freaking awesome. But non-Pixelmon, screw you, and Lapras. Both of you just smash each other. A dragon fighting type was a very interesting idea. And I also love how it's like symbols on them. Like the musical symbols, like clang clang. And that's one of his main ways to attack. I mean, this thing is just so insanely cool. Now, I had a lot of arguments with people about these four. Hey, Milkshake. You know, Mama wants you. You want to go up to Mama? He licked my eyebrow. I was calling these the legendary trinity because, well, they're legendaries. You get them kind of post game, and there's four of them, but they're pretty much the trinity of the gen. I like him, by the way. And the first legendary to have an evolution. Technically, this would be two because it's like the two box legendaries, but they evolve depending which version you're playing. And this is like the first game to hint that each like cartridge is its own alternate universe. And the Ultra Beasts. They are technically legendaries, but they're classified as an Ultra Beast. So that's why I have a Beast Ball representing them instead of the legendary book. But I liked him. Of course, he was on the other version. She was alright, I guess. Christmas tree. Temple of some form. Now, I love this guy. He's a Shikigami. It's a paper that's been animated to like do stuff, and in this case it's fighting or to fight, and that's why it's part grass, because it's made out of paper, because paper is made from trees. And I'm assuming they just added like steel blades on him so that he could actually do some pretty decent damage. I really hate how the resolution came out on these. This is my favorite. It's a freaking like a bottomless pit as a stomach. Also reminds me of Gluttian from my Spore adventures. Necrozma. I'm not familiar with its alternate forms because I have not fully played through Ultra Sun and Moon. Because I just found it to be boring. I like the DLCs better than like the third version. I know it's like, oh, they just want their money, but do it as a DLC. It's a little bit cheaper, and you actually continue with your saved game, so you don't have to like play the game over again. I like that. Again, I thought this came out at X and Y. That is just so weird. Why? Well, first of all, I remember living with Kyle at the time. And that's when we had X and Y. No, I'm wrong. It was black and white. Then when did we... Wow, my memory is just skewed. Marshadow's cool, though. Moon that he was in. But then they added a few more Ultra Beasts. One that evolves, which is interesting. And again, I didn't get a chance to get these guys. It's whatever. He, however, I love him. He is so cool. I thought he was electric fighting, but he's just electric. Now, I kind of wish I did an episode on Meltang, because that was an interesting endeavor. They teased you in Pokemon Go before they released him with having a whole bunch of Dittos, like, disguised as a Meltan. And they had them just all over the place. And so it's like, we were going outside, we were going nuts. It's like, oh, there's one over here, there's one. It's a Ditto! Running over to the next stop. It's like, hey, I found one here. Catch it. It's a fucking Ditto! It was a lot of fun. They trolled us so hard with that. I mean, rarely one of them was a real Meltan, so... I actually really loved this gen. And this guy was pretty cool too. Although, once again, all three of them were pretty fantastic. I mean, freaking look at that. His Gigantamax had his soccer ball, a huge flaming face. And then Sniper Tower. I love it. And green wasn't bad. But look at these details. I love Violet and Scarlet's textures. It's just, I wish the models, like the rendering and the animation was better. Oh. And Corviknight looks like a bird with armor. And also, with it being the first, Pidgey clone to be just flying, that was amazing, and I don't know why they didn't do it again. It's confusing. I have a question. Why is Blipbug so huge in, Pixelmon? He's a tiny bug. He's not as big as you. I mean, when he evolves, yeah, but still. And yeah, I know it's a fox, but it's still a dark, like, feline slash canine. Which is why I'm just like, it's a domestic animal. These guys disappointed me. To be honest, I really don't know what I fully expected from these two. But I guess it's just, I'm not that into grass types. Let me know, what did you think about, Flossier and Eldegoss, I think is what their names were. Interesting design. I just didn't really find it, not really useful, but beneficial on my team. Another interesting design. And it is pretty powerful, and I really suggest using him. But I had Gyarados, so... this makes me sad, because this one would have been Kyle's favorite Pokemon. Like, his favorite was Jolteon for the longest time. Until he passed away. But this is a dog that's an electric that has some green on it. Green was Kyle's favorite color. I don't know if this green was what he would be thinking about, but I think he would adore this guy. I fucking love this one. Sword and Shield had a lot of good designs. Even some of their novelty Pokemon were interesting. Like Applin. I know it's like, this Pokemon looks like an apple. But I actually like using Flapple. And that one's just an apple pie. But that one compared to that one, I really dig the, like, realistic look of the Pokemon. I really don't know what to think about this one. I love its nose cannon. Well, that's head cannon now. Cramorant. I love this thing. Just Dive comes up with Pikachu. Oh. It also comes up with Barraskewda, but that's just hilarious. I love it. Which, here's Barraskewda, which is a pretty cool design. I would have used them if I wasn't using Gyarados. I should be a water trainer. This thing was pretty cool. Although I hated how in Sword and Shield they had the baby. I can never remember what. It's like Toxicity? Anyway, I hated how they had him just bouncing while he walked. It's like, it's a baby. He's in diapers. Have him crawl. Which they did in Scarlet and Violet, which was a major improvement. But I just love how their little strings on their chest are their like guitar strings, and they're like, rah! I love it. I love and hate this one for multiple reasons. They stole my fire centipede idea. No, I'm kidding. Though my design is a lot different. And this is like the first one to pop up to be like, oh, it can change its shape as well. Play the clip. Man, I gotta find a whole bunch of different clips for these. Clobberpuss was interesting. But it's another water that's become a fighting type, I just realized. Is that another clone that I have to do? And this is one of the bigger like novelty Pokemon that I was talking about. That was actually kind of a cool idea. It's in like an ancient, like a antique tea set, where the true form had like a little symbol on the bottom, and everybody was going nuts over it. But the best way to tell is if it evolves with a cracked teapot or a chipped teapot. I think it's a chipped one that evolves the true form. I can't remember. But if you were to use this one in battle, it would actually be a pretty good Pokemon. And I think that's what novelties should be. Like, they're an interesting idea, and they're good. I'm getting really tired of the Psychic Fairy types. Especially ones that are overly feminine. Not that there's anything wrong with it being overly feminine. It's just that they're trying to recreate Gardevoir when they don't need to. And when they do that, it just becomes a Ralts clone. But it's an Aberclone. Oh, my new favorite. I especially love the details they put in Grimmsnarl on the with his hair. So awesome, and I love it so much. Freaking little Impidimp. I love how he has like a little mask and I love it. Valkyrie, it was an interesting idea. Especially the fact you had to spin around view to evolve it, and then it's like depending on what it has equipped and the direction that you spin, it determines the type you get. Like the look, I love it. It was great, and again, viable Pokemon to use on your team. Phalanx is cool. Still say that he should have gotten a Voltron evolution. That would have been awesome. Again, this is like the other sea urchin thing. It's cool and it's useful, but it's, to me it was meh. Frostmoth, however, is pretty cool. I am really glad that in like the past, I think it was 4. Yeah, ever since X and Y, they've been making really decent bug type Pokemon that's not like a single evolution. I mean, Vespiquen was a really good bug type, but you know what I mean. It's Stonehenge. What can you do with it? Catch 5 of them and put them in a circle. I don't know. SQ is interesting. It's like another version of Mimikyu, except he gets his little ice cube back when it's snowing, I think. But it's still, have him and Mimikyu on your team. Swap between the two. Although I think their disguise is still broken. If you... Anyway, doesn't matter. They're still good. I love them. This... I don't know what to say about this one. And yeah, this is the Sword and Shield. This is Scarlet and Violet. Damn those hips, though. I don't get the idea of its hangry ability. It's kind of just a nuisance. It's like, oh, it changes its form. Oh, look, it's angry now. And now it's back to happy. Now it's angry. Now it's happy. Now it's angry. Now it's happy. I don't get the practical use of it. It's still kind of interesting. Copperjaw. This is one of the reasons why I wanted the Gigantforms to like stay and be like an actual evolution, because this was just awesome, especially with the concept that its trunk is a huge like digging claw. I love that. It just looks so amazing. I really love these fossils. Each one was... I honestly cannot choose a favorite. Although in the end I did go with Electric Ice because those are two types that are really good. But like Electric Dragon would have worked as well, and same thing with Water Dragon and even Water Ice. This was the first one I found, and I was just like, duh. But I just love how she like just takes the head fossil, just slams it with the tail fossil. It's like, there, the fossil's complete. Revive it now. And it turns into these monstrosities. I love it. I found online someone putting, like, had made all 4 fossils. Like, all 4 of the, what the Pokemon looked like. In prehistoric times, and I love it. So, I don't think I need to make those Pokemon. This guy, it was interesting. It was like a little lighter that evolves into a tower. Dracloak, I have to say, might be my favorite. Well, no, because Haxor's, but second favorite then of the dragon clones. Not much I can say about these two. Except I love the sword form, but then it's like if you trade them to later games, it won't. Oh no, it will it? Will they keep their item? I think it might now. But yeah, it would just be fighting just Fairy without the sword or the shield. I wish you could keep the form, but it's whatever. And he did wind up being a really powerful legendary. I love how its head, though, is the claw. Like the frill. It's the claw piece. These two were interesting. I might have these wrong. I couldn't tell. But for both him and him, I loved how there was like a little story going on in the DLCs. Not much I can say about him, except apparently the cape has the number 251 on it, which I'm pretty sure is hinting at Celebi, which was Grass Psychic, and this is a Grass Dark type. And I just realized my mic is not on overlay. Oh well, I'll deal with it, whatever. And I did like the two inclusion, like the two new Reggie forms. Or not forms, but Reggie. Legendaries, I don't know. I also love how you got to pick what his steed was. And he would be like, no matter which one you pick, it's like, oh yeah, I remember it now. I think that was a really nice touch. But that was a lot of fun. I'm glad I did that. This thing was stupid. Just flat out, it was... Oh. It's like you had... They're based on storms, okay? So it's like you got your rainstorm, you got your thunderstorm, you have earthquake, I guess, and then love. It even looks dumb. Scarlet and Violet. I have to say, this might have to be my favorite gen now. For one, the textures are amazing. It's like putting like the jittering and the glitches aside. I really love the details on the models. At least of the Pokemon. And I love how now they're going for like a theme. Like these starters, it's like he was a drummer, he's a soccer player or football player, and he's a gunman / sniper. And so it's like he is like a magician. He is he is a singer, but I'm trying to remember the genre he's supposed to be in, and I can't remember the name. And he's a dancer. And I love it. And again, all three of these are really fantastic starters. There's not a single one that I'm like, I don't really like the design on this one, or it's just, it's not inspiring. And I think it's because each one has a theme now. But this one is my favorite. I'm glad I chose him. Everybody's like, oh, look at him. He's got like a stupid face. Like, you know, Bidoof. But it's like... It's like Day of the Dead singing. I love it. And it's Fire Ghost. You cannot go wrong with Fire Ghost. Oh, this disturbs me though. Especially the Pokedex, where it has like the female form showing its rear seductively to a Lechonk. It wouldn't be so off if it was like the male evolution, but they did the smaller one, which indicates child to me, and it's just weird. And yes, I'm considering this to be a Weedle clone. It's an early bug type, and it was really powerful. I love it. And this, you could argue that this could also be, like, this is like Caterpie and this is Weedle. You can argue with that, and I cannot counter-argue that. I just didn't place it down as a Caterpie clone for some reason. The first Pikachu clone other than Meryl to evolve, and I love it. And it's electric fighting, too. And I also love the walking requirement for evolution. This thing was interesting. I didn't get evolving on camera because I was not aware that it just drops the babies in your party. It's just, hi. This was an interesting design. And if they do the whole, like, the dark domestic, and then, like, another domestic that's pretty much equal to it, but more of, like, friendly, I might just have to be, you know, this is the light form, this is the dark form. I don't know. So anyway, this was actually kind of cool. I liked how it was olives, even though I hate olives. But yeah, definitely Bellsprout clone. I was not too fond of the Squawbillies. Why did my flying not get put there? It's supposed to be normal flying. Which after getting rid of the normal typing, I don't know why they added it again. This was a really decent Geodude clone. And it's definitely Minecraft. I mean, when that evolved, I was like, I saw the eyes and that looked like Minecraft like mob eyes. And then it's like it's all in blocks and it moves almost like Minecraft, and I'm like, it's Minecraft. And then it evolves and it's further Minecraft. I'm just like, it's Minecraft. There's no way around this. Now, Charcadet was interesting. I like how they actually gave us an armor evolution without it being an armor evolution. I hate its shiny form, though. Because the shiny form, the little flame that's coming out of his eyes, is the only thing that changes color, even in its evolution form. Why did you do that? Could have at least also made this shiny and maybe like little flames around its chest. But why just its eyes? That's just irritating. But which one's your favorite? Because I can't decide. Because I like this one because it's ghost type, but then it's like fire psychic's also good, and I love how his shoulder pads are hovering over him. It's just, this was a really nice design. I also love how it rarely spawns in certain areas. Like, there would be like one of them there. This thing is weird and bizarre, but I like it. I especially imagine like when it evolves, it just like, this is its head. And this just comes out of nowhere. Just boom. I have no idea. But I love it's like at night, you can see a whole bunch of these just gathering around, and it's just, it's lightning bugs, and I love it. At first I thought there was not going to be a Pidgey-clone, because Squawbilly isn't exactly like a Pidgey-clone, but then I ran into him, and I was like, oh wait, this is the Pidgey-clone. They gone back to like the 2-tier evolutions for it. And it's actually a decent Pokemon too, so. Now, Mash Chief, this, all the whole thing with him was just all of the feels. I loved it. And using it in battle, it's just so good. I love the crap out of this one. This is also pretty cool. But it's one of those Pokemon that just falls under the actual usefulness on a team. Although it's like switcheroo and learning like changing the typing, the abilities is, it's like this can just screw around with your opponent, but I still love it. It's one of my favorites. Another one that's an interesting design, but like having another grass ghost. It's interesting though, but in the end, it just couldn't make the cut for being on my team. I still like it. Pretty cool. I love this idea. It's not a Tentacool. It's its own Pokemon. It just looks like Tentacool. It's like Tentacool's cousin. And I love this concept. And it's almost like a paradox, but not. But that's why I say like the paradox Pokemon could be evolutions. This thing was just cool. Like, seeing it, like, hanging on the side of the wall was just... I love it. This thing is interesting. Finally getting a grass fire, which I was expecting a pumpkin to be a grass fire. But this thing is just awesome. It almost looks like a dragon too. But Peppers, I love it. This is on my very top list of favorite Pokemon. I love how it's a dung beetle and it like rolls around a little ball and it evolves by walking around because it's rolling the ball to evolve it. And then it turns into like a cocoon. And the Pokédex states that it's protecting whatever's in here. And with the fact that the beetle doesn't move, professors like say that what's in here is the actual Pokemon. And that's just like the carrier. So I'm thinking maybe like this would get like a third evolution. And it would shed the bug part. And this comes out and it's like a psychic Pokemon. Maybe it's Solosis. What if that is Solosis? That's interesting. But I just love the crap out of this Pokemon. This one was also kind of interesting. I was expecting it to be Psychic Flying, but it's just Psychic. So, but that's still cool. I love it. I also at first thought it was going to be Tissues. But I really love the direction they took it. And this is an Aberclone. I know it's not a psychic type, but especially if we're shifting it to more of a Routes clone than an Aberclone. But this is just a well thought through and just an all out amazing Pokemon. And I love it. I love how it's like, this is the fairy part and this is the steel part. It is just one of the best designs they've done. Wiglet's kind of weird. And again, it falls under the same thing with the Diglett, where it's like, most of it's underground, but it's like bounces, the ground bit comes up with it. It's just weird to me. All of the S having a little stork. This one, I would say, for like design wise, could use a baby form. Being like a little cheeky in a little egg. Kind of being like, it would be the Pokemon that would be in the swaddle. But not necessary. Besides, Togepi could be in there. This was weird. I did not know that it actually had like a paladin form. Because on the shadow of the Pokédex, it just shows this again. So I thought it was like a like one version it was this, and the other version would be like a different, like a color, or it would look different or something. But it's just weird. I don't like it. I like this. One could argue this could be on my demon team because it's poison steel and it's like a possessed engine. I was hoping we could train the like massive like car though. Or at least have that as a rideable. You should be able to ride this. Just like grabbing on and just hanging on to while it's like going through the field real fast. That would be hilarious. Okay, so wow, I don't think I included this. Nah, it doesn't matter, but I do say that this should evolve into the two legendaries. Like using the method that I have thought up of. Like one would be like the fruit. And then the other one would be like the core thing. Earthworm is interesting. I love how the little things here are like arms. And it's a steel type that eats ground. I love it. And as you can tell, my negative space is becoming quite apparent. Because I don't have as many symbols to place down or sprites because this is the newest game. These are the only games that these guys have been in so far. This guy is cool. I would have put him on my demon team, but I already had so many. This is why I love having this amount of Pokemon. Because it's like, there's so much you could choose from. And unlike in Gen 1, people's teams are going to be vastly different. And Gen 1's like when I actually fought my friends or we like discussed like teams or whatnot, almost every single person had either Alakazam or Mewtwo on their team as their psychic type. Also, grass, water, and fire was almost always one of the starters. But this one I love so much. Very interesting novelty Pokemon. This thing's interesting, but I'm more of on the fence with this one. There's not much more I can say. Another water psychic type. Now these two are interesting. If you don't know, if you're in a double team, this one would jump into this one's mouth and would raise his stats depending on what type it is. And throughout the rest of the double battle with him out, it's just him fighting. I find that to be interesting. And the stats on this thing is worth it. This almost has like the pseudo legendary like stats. And on its own it's good. This one though, not that much. But the whole like Titan battle with these guys was just awesome and I loved it. I just realized I'm suddenly wearing headphones in this one. This was also, it's like Gen 4 and up just kept... No, actually, all of the gens. The only one that I didn't really like was Gen 3. That was because it almost seemed like another Dratini, like an actual Dratini. Like everyone else, they went into a different direction with their dragon. And I've heard a lot of people saying this is the best one, and I see why. I still like Haxorus, though. This is also another one, easily one of my top favorites. And yeah, it's a ghost that goes into Ghost Steel. I forgot to put that down. But this is my favorite novelty Pokemon. And I do have it as a pseudo legendary because their spawn points are fixed. And you need to gather technically 1,000 coins in total. One from the initial capture, and then more from the other ones you find. And there's a reason. I don't know how many people caught this. But when I noted that his Pokedex number was 1,000, I was like, I see what you did there. I see. That was clever. And the reason why pseudo-legendary, because he is there to celebrate the 1,000th Pokemon. And I love it. That was just ingenious. And then we have our quad legendaries. And this was fun. I loved finding the stakes for these guys. Even like having to look up, I think it was like the last 3 or 4. And personally, it's like I would have continued searching for them if it wasn't for the fact that I was doing it for the channel. But it's like there was 3 or 4 left that I couldn't find on my own, so I was like, yeah, I'm just going to look this up so I can just find them, so I can open up the gates and catch the Pokemon. And all of them are pretty cool designs. I have to say, this one has to be on the bottom, but not because it's dumb. I mean, I love it. But these guys are just... This is my favorite one. But these guys are just so amazing. And I cannot gush... I have to move on, or else I'll just be saying I love these guys so much for the rest of the video. And yes, if you notice, it did skip 3, but that's because of the 3 new evolutions. I love both of these guys. They're both really, really good designs, and there's so far 45 new Pokemon. I don't know if they're at... I mean, there's the one legendary that they mentioned in the book. But I don't know if they're going to be doing any more. Paradox Pokemon or not, which would be cool. It would be cool if we could see these guys evolving from Cyclizar. And maybe even new evolutions. Like, maybe, like, finding out how to evolve the Paradox Pokemon. That would be really cool. But yeah, that's all 1008 Pokemon. I really do not know how long this video is going to be, but it's taking a few days to record this in sections, as you can tell. But, and it's going to be even a little bit longer because I'm going to be going back through my 3 blind walkthrough series. and grabbing like my reactions to certain Pokemon. Not every single one of them, just like my eye. There's something in my left eye. Just like just basically initial reactions to certain things, aspects like Alolan forms, new evolutions and whatnot. Yeah, so your thoughts in the comment section down below. Did you like Scarlet and Violet? If not, let me know why. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Maybe some people liked it, maybe some people did not. That's fine. I loved it. I loved the crap out of it. I wish it was better. If it had a perfect day one run, this might have been number one for 2022. But again, they're swinging for the gates, but they just decide to just do a little ball tap and run to first base. If only they mix this with Legends Arceus, then they would have had like the perfect Pokemon game. So if you've done your own video for like doing like tier of like all the Pokemon or whatever, or reviewing Scarlet and Violet, go ahead and link that in the comment section. I'm fine with that. I'll watch it. I might give you a shout out on a future video or something. I am tired if you couldn't tell. So until next time, stay white and nerdy.